Lower bands touchdown CL24.
And away we go.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 24. Lower bands touch NQ on the 24. Lower bands touch NQ on the 24. Lower bands touch NQ on the 24 long on the NQ2. Lower bands touch NQ on the 24. Enigma long on the NQ2. Fib.NQ on the 2. Fib.NQ on the 2.
All right, guys. Good evening and welcome to Day Trading Nomads. We are 2 minutes into this session. Waiting to see which way everything is going to shape. Hopefully everybody had a green day. I had a green day. Glad everybody could be here. It's a little early.
Harmonic GC on the 2.
Is gold going to continue its tear up? Is the NQ going to continue its tear down? Hey, Mike. What's going on? Good to see you. Hopefully you had a green day, sir. Awesome. I had a good day. Now, if I could just keep myself from self-destructing, we should be in good shape. Going to sit in my hands for a little while and see how this thing shakes out. See if I can generate a thesis.
Fib.NQ on the 2. Fib.NQ on the 2.
What's going on, NQ Scalper? Good to see you. All right, there's Jesse James. Awesome. Now we got 7 people in the chat and 2 likes. We did pick up a few new subscribers today, which is always good. We are sitting at 1,059 subscribers. So let's go. Hey, Cash Clay, what's going on? Glad you can make it. The bar is open. Hey, Sarp, what's happening? All right. We got a lot of broken structure down here. We got anywhere from 59.13 to 59.11, 59.07. All right, so let's go take a look at the NQ and see what we look like there. Again, we can see the broken structure there. So we had 2 9 counts, and if we pull from here up to here, it looks like we should be thinking about a reversal. But if we consider that a playback, and we come here and we come down to there, we should be looking to get a play off of 21,440 down to 21,260. So we're going to see which way this one shakes out, develop a thesis, and we'll go with it. Gold, I'm not quite sure, other than it just went up all day long. So how much higher can it go, right? Can it get back to all-time highs? Can it get back to all-time highs? Let's see where we go here. So we still got quite a ways to get to all-time highs of 34.49-ish. What's going on, Jeff Koski? Good to see you. So just trying to find a pattern. And what do we see? We see that we still had this gap above us. Does it try to go back and fill this gap? 32.57, 33.43, all prime targets. Does it get there tonight? I don't know, but it's wanting to. That's all I can say. because it's 1 and 2. The bad news is usually what goes up, something else comes down. So let's pay attention to the dollar. Let's pay attention to the other indices and see how this is going to play out here. All right, let's take a look at the ES.
On the 24.
A little bit of consolidation in this range. So if we look at the bigger, well, we don't have enough data there. So let's go ahead and at least get 90 days worth of data. And we'll come back to that one in just a few minutes. Okay, there it is. That was fast. So, are we at all-time highs? And yes, I'm going to say we are at all. No, we're not at all-time highs. No, didn't we broke 6,000? I know we broke 6,000 once upon a time. We had to have. We got lots of stuff up here. We got lots of stuff up there, so still a lot of room there. What about on the NQ? Well, we got to go get some data there. Maybe 90 days isn't enough. Just don't want to bog my charts down too badly.
NQ on the 2. Enigma short on the ES1.
Okay. All right, so we'll come back to that in a little while. Just trying to take a bigger picture, a bigger time frame snapshot in my head. See if we can develop a thesis. We developed a thesis last night, and boy, did it play out. Hey, Mr. Hoyt, what's going on? Good to see you. All right, we now have 11 folks in the bar. We've got 6 likes. And we're still at 1,059 subscribers. Good news. Good. Glad to hear that, Mr. Hoyt. Glad you had a good day. All right. Let's see how this thing is going to shake out. Kind of hard. Kind of hard to go long on gold, but it's kind of hard to play against it too, right? So
FIP.GC on the 2.
Same thing with the NQ. All right.
FIP.GC
Green arrow on the MACD. And we're above the 0 line, and we're just about overbought there. Conversely, over on the NQ, we've got similarly, we have a green arrow on the MACD, and we're about center line on the OBOS. So we're going to let this play out and see what we can see. All right, just checking on some emails here. Okie dokie. What's everybody's thought process tonight? What's everybody thinking? Put in the chat a 1 if you think the NQ is going to go up tonight. If this is going to be a green night for NQ. Put a 2 if you think it's going to be a red night. Put a 3. You think it's just going to consolidate right in the middle after a busy day with the PPI? Curious what you folks think. So Mr. Hoyt says he thinks it's going down. All right. Anybody else care to take a vote? Chime in, give their opinion.
Harmonic GC on the 2.
Tell a dirty joke or two. Wide open there, guys. I was looking at this earlier. Okay, Vetath. Am I saying that right, or is it Vetath? I know I'm butchering the name. I apologize. Jeff thinks the NQ is going down. Big V says he thinks it's going to just consolidate tonight. I think so. That's kind of my thought process here. So what I'm looking at short term is, I'm sorry, not on the necessarily the short term, but if we pull that, we're looking at getting back up a little bit higher, 21,600 maybe. But if we start looking from the top down, I think that's a more realistic picture here, a fib within a fib, and that we're going to retrace back into the 21,430 land. So what I'm looking for tonight, just out of the chute, based on what information we do have, this is what I'm looking for to happen. This is one of my thought processes, so we'll just stick with that one for a little while. We're going to try to come here, and then we're going to wait and see if it does this, and then maybe we get a higher high with an equal low, defending it right around 2137, 2136. I'm sorry, 436. And then we pop it back up here. I think at that point, we're going to see it come on back down. So the question is, where does it come back down to? Right? So let's put that there temporarily. And let's redo that fib and let's take a look at it again. So looking around 21,240. What does that line up with over on the volume profile? Just to give us a quick understanding. And somewhere right around in here, right there where this volume nodule is, or this nodule is right here. So that's where I'm thinking that if we're going to come back down, we can take it and go there. So, all right. So let's stretch that dude out there and say that it's going to come down to about 240. So what I'll be looking for is that retracement. Let's see what it does. If it gives me this little, what we call it last night, constipation dance instead of consolidation dance. So let's, what we're going to do is we're going to draw a box here. And this is going to be properties. And what we'll do is we'll dial that up a little pinkish, which is more like a reddish. And we'll move that down to about right there. That's where I'm looking. This will be my entry right here. And then we'll put another candle there. And we're going to say we think target 1 will come back down into this area, this minus development area right there. And then we're going to say if it continues, we're going to come on down to this nodule right here. And then we have a possibility for a third target running a little bit deeper down to, what do we say? 41, close enough. So we'll give this a shot and say this is one of our trading plans. We want to see how this is going to shake out over the next hour. But this is giving you an idea of what I'm thinking. And again, this is not financial advice. This is just me thinking out loud. coming up with a thesis, a plan to trade tonight, and we'll give it a shot and see what happens. But we want to see confirmation. We want to see rejection off of this volume profile area right here, and this may actually be up here a little bit higher in this minus development area. So, but we'll give it we'll see. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's stretch that out there.
Two-finger NQ on the 24.
Let's unlock that, dude. Let's say we're going to go right about there, and then we're going to lock that again. And we're going to pull this one, and we're going to unlock it, and we're going to slide it up there. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right there. Now, let's say that it decides this was the bottom of the fib, and this is going to be the gospel. Then we're going to say that it has already hit its reversal point at around here. That's a good confirmation there. 21,320. So if we look at that again, whoop. So we come up here and we take a look at this. 21,320. And what do we see above it? So we got a, we got a naked value area up here at 21,602. We do have some thin structure here and some more thin structure here. So if we are going to play this out, we're going to say that we've already missed our entry zone down here. Right there. And that would have been a good entry and play it up. But we didn't really come down and test it more than once. I don't know what it looked like over this hour. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. But it did come down and test this, but we still have some weak structure here. Even leaving it behind, it still has some weak structure here. So what is it going to do here? Is it just going to consolidate? So we'll know more after the first 45 minutes, but my first thought process is it's going to come short. And if this is going to come short, I'm thinking gold's going to go long. But we know this is going to come short. We know that the ES is probably going to follow it. So this is the first of a couple of plans I want to put together tonight. And what I want to do is go copy this and put it into my, where the hell is it?
Fib.gc on the 2.
I guess I got it too far out. So let's go ahead and move this over. Control R, and we'll delete all of that. And I didn't mean to do that. I just lost all my data from last night, which I really kind of wanted to hang on to. So let's pull this back in here a little closer to reality. Give it a few hours to see if it lines up anywhere. And that ought to stay on the chart there. Okay, so let's take a look at this one and just slide that over there.
Fib.gc on the 2.
And then slide that one back over there. And if we can, we're going to grab that. It doesn't want to behave. So we're just going to grab it there. And we'll pull it up there. And that's our
NQ on the 2.
That's the amount of risk that we want to put in. So do I take 1 trade, 2 trades, 3 trades? Is anybody out there? All right. So we're just going to leave a little bit of separation here. And what I'll do is I'm going to copy this and go superimpose it over here so I can watch my tide chart.
2-finger NQ on the 24.
And
harmonic
we got to
GC
get
on the 2.
That range there, copy. All right, so there you go. That's what we're looking at. And we'll see how this plays out here. So we're going to say right there. No, we'll just
Harmonic
come back over
NQ
here.
on the 2. Harmonic
So there you go.
NQ on the
We'll
2.
just shove that back over here, and we'll see how this plays out. But if this is true and we come back and test it and it comes back down, we're going to pay attention, see what it does when it bounces off. If it bounces off this 50, if it bounces off the 200, and we may be completely wrong about this thesis. This thesis may be completely wrong, but I wanted you to know what I was thinking
on the GC2.
And we'll go from there. Meantime, let's get back to gold. We got an Enigma short here, and we've got a nice consolidation zone while it's thinking, and I'm thinking this is forming more of a bear pattern, bull flag pattern. Is this about right, guys? So is that what we're kind of looking at there? So anyway, is it going to rocket ship out of here?
Double delta GC on the 2.
Is it just winding up to go back long? We shall see. So anyway, that's my thought process on the NQ. I think we're looking for a quick long to get back above our entry level to come back south. And we are 25 minutes into 6 o'clock. So by 6:45, we should be able to determine the first 45 minutes open range breakout, and then we'll confirm it with the 2-hour open range breakout and see how we do there. All right, I think I'm boring everybody to tears. Maybe everybody's on the ride home. Maybe everybody's at work like Jesse James. But we've got 11 people in the bar and we got 9 likes. Thanks, folks. Appreciate it. Looking for number 1060 today. We were sitting at 1059. Yeah, it's been interesting. Over the past 28 days, we have picked up 226 subscribers. This is awesome. Thank you guys. Sure do appreciate all the support. Speaking of support, eating pizza with the that's what I had tonight. Jeff, I still got about 6 slices down there. Amazing. What's amazing, Vep? What's amazing, Big V? The line of bullshit that I'm able to throw out. Look, I don't think about what I'm saying. I never think about what I want people to be I want to be just as surprised as the people that get to hear what shit comes out of my mouth. So anyway, there you go. I got a buddy who's an expert at this.
Harmonic NQ on the 2.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, we pay people to do that. See, there we go. Perfect example. I just open my mouth and I never think about what's coming out. So no, if that could make it work, I'd be the luckiest guy on earth. But A, don't have the money. B, never would have thought about it. But thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we appreciate you being here along with
GC on the
Jeff and Mike and NQ and Jesse and Cash Clay and Sart. Appreciate each and every one of y'all being here tonight. All right, so enough of the volume profile talk. We'll revisit that in about 15 minutes. Anybody have any questions, comments, criticism, dirty jokes? Again, we'll take whatever we can get right now. I'm going to narrow this up a little bit here. I want to see more of that picture. I know it makes the candle smaller, but back about 2, and that did nothing but a lot of that.
Harmonic NQ on the 2.
Let's go back a little bit further in time. Get a better picture here of the pulse of NQ. All right. I know it's tough to see. I'll make it a little bit bigger. But I really wanted to keep an eye on the volume profile on the left without putting the volume profile chart up, because I do want to watch gold. Again, we're not in that nice little range there. Hang on just a second. Got to take this call. Okay, I give. How did Burger King get Dairy Queen pregnant? This ought to be good. Oh, you can't leave me hanging there, NQ. Come on. Come on. You got to spill this one, dude. He forgot to wrap his Whopper. Oh, that's awesome. I needed that. Thank you. All right. So over here, we were still chopping around in the green zone. We were in the fiddle zone on the NQ. We've got a Christmas tree forming over on the MACD on gold. So again, not in a hurry to go anywhere. Not in a hurry to go do anything stupid. That's for sure. Of course, I do that all the time, quite often. In fact, you know, if I don't screw up something if I don't screw up 4 things by 10 o'clock in the morning, I'm having a great day. So there you go.
Harmonic NQ on the 2.
See, the old Bob would just jump at this shark, but we're right there in the middle of the fiddle. We don't have a lot of support there.
Harmonic NQ on the 2.
You got a double shark. Got a double shark, probably good speed too. But I'm right there in the fiddle. Right there, smack dab in the fiddle. So we're gonna hold. We're gonna pass on that one, so we get a better idea of what NQ has in mind. I don't want to get into a trade unless I know that I can get a 10 and a 15 out of it. And by the way, that is where let's double check, make sure we have the right accounts. Yeah, we're on Sim 101, and that's where I shoot missiles. And we are on the small, which is 10 and 15 with a 25 tick stop. And we should be the same up here. Yep, Sim 101, small. There you go. We're good there. And what else do we got to look at? Oh yeah, let's go ahead and look at the DP, the volume profile charts, because that is where I take my micros. And the ATM that we selected is ATM number 1 with 100 tick stop, 200 tick profit. And we also have another one that we use if we're feeling real confident and we want to go for that really big move, which is my VPNQ 3 contract. And we use a 200, 400, and 800 tick target with a 50 tick stop. So here we're willing to risk $150 to make 200 plus 400 plus
Pip.GC
600.
on the
So
24th.
$1,200 move for 150. I think that's a pretty good risk to reward. So with that in mind, I built my risk to reward. Let's see here if I can do this. If I go up here to drawing tool, you'll see that we have Control F4 is a risk to reward tool. So if we come up here and we say, this is our entry and this is our stop, 10 to 1, which is a set to do for me, is 21,293.75. So that's what I want to be looking at there. I want to see this move come down. Anytime I get, other than that, I'm going to go, if I think I'm just going to get target one, I don't think I'm going to put on 3 targets. We'll put on 1 and then we'll see if we can DCA into it. Anyway, not sure if anybody knows about this. Well, come on, go away. Go away. It's not going to go. Look at it. It's being all right. So what we're going to do is we're going to lock these other in here. Lock that down, because what I found out the other day is if you lock your objects, anything that's not nailed to the floor, by locking it, and I hit Control R and I say yes, see, and we see the one thing that wasn't locked down. So we can go back in and we can fill in that blank real fast right there. And then this one came down. Whoop! See, this is the bummer about this. See, that shouldn't even be moving. Okay, so we'll come in here and we'll take another one. And I think we said 51,240-ish was our target. So that right there is the move that we're looking for right now. I tell you what, y'all are a chatty bunch of folks. Chatty Cathy's. All right. I want to take a peek at the news. I think we got some Japanese news tonight at 1950, which is 7:50, so 10 minutes to 8. And then, man, can that be right? At 9:40, Fed Daily speaks at 9:40 tonight. Is that right? Man, is that not supposed to be 9:40 tomorrow morning? Huh. Okay, well, we'll see what happens. We got a little bit of news at 7:50 p.m. and Daily again at 9:40. So let's see what he's got to say, and we'll go with that. Hey, Bean Wizard, what's happening, Brian Hendricks? Good to see you guys. Glad you all could make it. I wish I was able to have saved my data from last night, because boy, did we nail it last night or what, folks? I cannot get over how well we did last night on those micros. So we were up about, let's see here, those micros were up about $400 last night. What's happening, Missile? And I'm trying to see if I actually, if I have it up here somewhere, and I don't see it there, but let's try peeking over at the violet side, because maybe we built that by chance on the MNQ, because we were trying to use the MNQ last night. And it's loading. Ah, there we go. So last night we pegged it on the way down. I wish my volume profile buddy was watching right now, because I'm rather proud of this. We called this shot as it came up last night and said, if it gets up to here, we're going to hit it. and we're gonna take it south. Target 1, target 2, target 3. Look at that. It didn't quite get to target 3, but we stopped out long enough, came down far enough to really lock us in, and we took a lot of profit there. And then we said, okay, so what's going to happen next? So you can see we built the same dynamic that we did this evening. So last night, after this move played out, we said, okay, what do we think it's going to do now? And we said, okay, we think it's going to come down here.
On the 24th.
It's going to do its little dance. It's going to do its constipation dance. And then if it ever comes back above this area right here, comes back into this area, which was a minus development area that we had pegged, we said, okay, if we get to this bottom, that means we're through it. And we hit it with 3 contracts long right before I signed out. And you can see we hit T1, we hit T2, it came back, it stopped me out. I ended up taking profit on T3, but if I would have held it, it never would have came back to the break-even point. And you can see it probably would have got closer to the top before it came back down and stopped out again. But anyway, we absolutely nailed it. I'm rather proud of this from last night. So I don't know how in the world. Oh, I know what I did. Got to turn that off. We don't need any OCO orders, and we need to get back up there and change that. Where did it go? Where did it go? There it is, right there. So let's take a look at this. Turn it back to purple, because we are doing the cross trading now, and we are back in business. Let it load, and there's tonight's thesis. That's what we're looking at tonight. Hey, Captain Rex, what's going on? All right, we're moving way too fast for Ninja Trader, so let me let this catch up here before I get disconnected. Looks like we're still in good shape. We're going to save our progress. It let me save it, so there you go. All right, yeah, it's done. Boy, this mouse is being really wicked tonight. So let's go ahead and we'll bring this back into view here so that we can see everything, and then we're going to hide the volume profile charts and get back down to the hey, Doug Welp, what's going on? We'll get back to the meat and potatoes of it, and we'll rock and roll. I'm going to take a breather here. I think I've been doing a lot of talking. I get rather excited doing the analytics. Hope that doesn't bore everybody. We are sitting here with 15 folks in the bar, and we have 15 likes. Awesome. Where is the OBOS? Okay, over here. So I've got the OBS on gold. I don't know if you can see it, but what I'll do is I'll draw a symbol in there real quick. Let me draw a big old circle. Whoop, 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 whoop. You can see me moving it now. So let's get in there, and we'll draw us a circle saying, hey, here we are, Doug. Can you see us? Can you see us? This is the OBOS on gold. And down below, we got the OBS on the NQ. Can you see it? Got it? All right. Hoping you got it. And that's the OBOS. Looks a lot like the RSI, but it's better. So we need to make that a little bit bigger. I keep it centered in the middle. All right, good. Glad you can see it there. And over here on gold, we're going to expand this and see if we can identify the masher points for today. And we're going to mark them off. So typically I keep one at 2, at plus 2. And somehow or another, I lost these. I think it's because I was jumping back and forth. So let's start at the top. We're going to say the top. I always do the top about 3.5. So we'll put one there. And then we'll put another one here at 2. Then we'll do another one at -2, and we'll do another one at -3.5. So these are the masher zones that I typically try to follow. Now you can see that there has been no downside to that. There has been, so very little on the masher level, very hard to play back at it. So we're going to go ahead and I'll show you guys how I handle this. And we're going to firm these up. And then what we're going to do is come in here and color them up. I always make them yellow. I always make them yellow. And the outer rings, the outer limits, I turn those to dash dot dot. And once I get it set at 3.5, I lock it in. So before I close it, since I did these in order, I know exactly where each one is. So what I'm going to do is I'll come down here. We'll do yellow again. That one we're going to leave as a dashed line, and we're going to lock it. But we got to make sure that we set it at 2. So we've got it locked, and we're good there. We'll go to number 8, and we know this is supposed to be a -2. You got to be careful here not to take away the negative sign, because it'll try to make it positive. And we're going to turn this into yellow. We're going to leave it as a dashed line, and we're going to lock it. And we're going to come to this last one, and we're going to change that to -3.5. We're going to make it yellow. And we're going to make it dash dot dot. And then we're going to lock it. Then we're going to apply it before we close this out. And you can see the changes that it made so that it stands out against. To me, it's a little bit better. I can see it better. I'm told that you guys can see it better. So anyway, that's how I do that. And then I click OK. And now we can see over the day, and we can go back a little bit further here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to blow that up a little bit. And we're going to go
harmonic NQ on the 2.
I think it's that one there. Okay, so while we're looking at it, you can see right here how this is played out all the way from 7:30 this morning, and I can actually go back out further. And you can see how there's commonality on both sides of the fence of where these masher points are for me. And that's my guiding line. You know, I understand Vinny has the standard deviations, and rightly so, and I get it. I really do. Me personally, I have personalized this to help me better, and I'm not telling you to do this. I just want people to understand how I come up with these numbers and how I do it. And then the physical means by which I actually make it stick. So there you go. And you can see I haven't turned them to yellow down below. We're going to leave that white for right now. Actually, yeah, we're just going to leave it white for right now. And we'll go with that. So that is, for those that don't know, that is the MACD. And I usually keep that free flowing because I want to see that delta. So we'll go there. Just so that people know, if you look at the bottom, well, you can't see it because I have you on both. I only have you on one screen now. So let's go back to the main screen where we have everything in focus. All right. Crude looks like it's just a mess tonight. But you know what's funny about that is last night it did the same. Oh, by the way, we're at our 45-minute mark. So let's go take a look at our volume profile charts again, so that we can determine what that range is, how big it is, and how we think that's going to impact our play tonight. All right, so we're back on the NQ, and this is pathetic. This is a tiny. That's no, it's not that bad. So let's draw a box. We're going to draw a box from the high to the low for the first 45 minutes, and we're going to stretch that out to 2200 hours, which is right in this candle. So this is good enough. And right now, that is our 45-minute. We're going to pop that in down here on
NQ on the 2.
the tide so that we see where we are relative to everything else. So we're looking for it to make a decision and go up one way or down the other. So the other one that I really like to pay attention to, well, all of them actually. Look at this, we're getting closer and closer. Do we get into that gap tonight? So let's go back out and take a look at the last 45 minutes here and say we are on minute number 648 and we just got new highs. So our open range here is basically from this low to about right there, and we'll take it out to 2200 hours, 8 o'clock here on the East Coast, and we'll plug it right there. And that's our open range on gold. We're going to copy that and we're going to put it over here in here as well. So you can see this is gold. We're looking for it to make its move. It's indicating right fast that it wants to go long. It's indicating right fast that it wants to go long. Again, it is so hard to take something that's not only at the high a day, but at the high of previous session, damn near high of yesterday as well, along with the previous high on Monday. But notice that we had another high, and this is back on May 11th. So last Friday, this was last week's high, last Friday's high. So coming back into this gap is an unforegone conclusion. The question is not if, but when. Bong speed. All right. Good to see you in a good mood, T-Coop. Light them up. Smoke them if you got them. Not encouraging. Not encouraging. All right. So that's what we're looking for on gold. We're waiting to see if it makes its move. We'll have a better, clearer understanding, a more clear understanding at the 8 o'clock open range breakout conclusion. So we'll come back and take a look at that. So let's take a look at crude real quickly. We know that now that is tiny. And compared to last night, look at this open range here. We are tiny. Tiny, tiny, tiny. So let's draw that box. It's almost embarrassing. Can you say micro? And we'll draw that and right back to that area right there. So let's put it in perspective. This is tonight's first 45-minute open range. And we're just going to drop it right there. All right. This was last night's open range. And I think I actually said, no way does it come out of the bottom or top of that box. It's just going to consolidate all night. A very wide open range highly suggests that it's going to consolidate in that range. Well, it did not. It did not. But today, it was a D-shaped profile, which indicates consolidation, and it did not disappoint. So the question is, does that continue tonight? Or do we see... But here's another thing. So at the first 45-minute mark, we were about right here on the open range, which was huge enough. But by the time 8 o'clock hit, you can see that we had come down even further, right? So this was the first... This is by 7 o'clock. This was the open range for the first 45-minute-ish. And then it expanded even further. And then it did the impossible, or what the seemingly impossible, and just plummeted. So, but at 6 o'clock in the morning, at 5 o'clock in the morning, it started to rebound, and it came back in. And at the open, at 9 o'clock open, you can see it got into a little bit of this and that again. And then it just simply evolved into the constipation dance. And at 1:30, you can see the market closed at 1:30, and it just did the consolidation through the end of the day. So we shall see. We shall see. That's right, Coop. That's right. It's going to be a busy day. Tomorrow is Friday. So, guys, remember, folks out there, be careful. Get in, get out early. Don't sit around. If you're there tomorrow afternoon, you're either nuts or you've blown up your account and you're trying to get your money back. either way, it doesn't end well. The longer you stay in the market, especially on a Friday, the more opportunity you're giving the market to prove to you that they are superior to you in every single way. So just be careful out there. Great point, Coop. Thanks for reminding us. OpEx. And we'll get into the Mag 7 a little later in the game. Tell you we ain't seeing the charts you're... yeah, I would. Thank you. All right. All right. Wow, I need to back up and go over this again, don't I? Okay. So, anyway, here it is. Little bitty open range on crude. We superimpose that one over last night's open range, and you can see just how big. Now, I am going to focus. Let's focus on that chart. So that gives you a... No, that's not it either. Let's see here. That one. So you can see a little bigger blown up. This is the range from tonight for first 45 minutes. This is the open range from tonight, superimposed on last night's open range. And you can see how it looks the equivalent of planet Mercury lined up against the sun. Of course, that would be Mercury right there in the middle, right? Okay. So anyway, small, tiny open range. Why won't it go away? Hit the delete button, Bob. Delete. There it goes. And there you go. We'll get rid of that one. And I'm going to go drop that on the 89 range for crude right now. It didn't work, so let me make a copy of it again. Copy and paste. Tiny, tiny, tiny. Can't even see it. Doesn't even leave a mark. So let's go back over. Big V, did you catch any of the NQ, or did I change that up? This is the open range on the NQ for the first 45 minutes. It depends, Jeff. So on the NQ, you can get enough data with 10 days or 5 days. But on the ES, the ES and crude, I got to go with 30 days to get the right amount of data to feed the chart. Otherwise, it doesn't complete it, and we don't get the volume bars that I want to see. So anyway, this is the open range on the NQ, and we're waiting for it to make a decision. It'll be solidified at 8 o'clock by the completion of the 2-hour open range. And if we go back and look at gold, we can see right here it's sticking its nose out, and that is no surprise to anyone right there. And totally, would not be surprised if we don't come fill this area and then come on up and close that gap. Would not be surprised. Not saying that's going to happen tonight, tomorrow, but you can see. Let's see here. So we really have a little bit left of broken structure up here as we get back in, and as we go back even further, you can see you got real thin structure up here as well. So depending on how the tape shapes up tonight, we could see a free-for-all and just stampede it north. Of course, if we took the inverse ABC from last night till today and we play this out and we come down here, whoop, wrong way. If I take the inverse from here, right? Let's see here. We'll go here to there. No, the inverse, dumbass. Then you can see that we've already come back, and we'll see a completion there. Or we can play it using the extension and say, okay, we've come down here and we come back up here. 100% extension down would be 3183.9. So that is a possibility. I don't think it's likely. But then again, who the hell am I to say, right? stranger things have happened. Here's what I do know. When gold picks its trend, the trend will be your friend. So remember that, keep that in mind. But we can already see it coming up out of that box. It's going to establish a higher. We know it's going for 32.57.5. We know that's almost a foregone conclusion this evening. So we'll see how it goes, and we'll keep an eye on that on gold there as well. So let's go. Of course, we've already looked at the NQ, and ergo, we've almost probably looked at what's going to happen on the ES. So it's not a heavy hitter in the evening. So, but we will be keeping a look at it, an eye on it, and see what we can do to come up with a plan there. But we're going to wait. Its first 45 minutes of time was established during the very first half hour. So that open range, that first 45-minute open range going out to 8 o'clock. Whoop, wrong button. Let's go there. So we're looking there and coming out to about 8 o'clock. And that's the open range. That's the first 45-minute open range. You know, Big V, it does, doesn't it? It's kind of hard to miss that point. So as we look at the tide, it's just not showing anything. You know, we've had a nice pullback.
Touch NQ on the 24.
No, we haven't. What am I saying? We haven't had much of any pullback. We are up in the Bollinger Bands again. The wave is actually, let's go to a bigger picture here. Let's go to the main chart. And up here, you'll notice that we're having a little bit of a pullback here. But notice what you don't see. Notice what you don't see. Down here is the 50. Look how far extended off of the 50 it is on the 24 on the wave. And even further than that, down here to the 200. We've got some key markers down here. Maybe it wants to pull back. And if we look at the bottom of the range and we say, okay, we're thinking that we're going to go with that inverse extension, and we'll play it off of this high right here on this number 2 bar, come down here to the low of the day, bring it back up here, and we're looking at 3184. And we start looking over here. I don't even see 3184 on the charts. So what I also don't see is a support bar. Notice we got a big ass red support bar, and as we look at that, I've got a possibility of 5, and it's telling me right now that it's not really seeing anything. But if you look over at the tide, we've got 3 over there, and this thing is coming back to 3289.8. So that would be the bottom. That would actually be further on up. That would be well into about a fifth of 20% of the way into the gap. So my flux capacitor is rusted. Well, gee there, Mr. Missile Silo. Busted flux capacitor. Yeah. Have I overwhelmed it? Have I burned up your flux capacitor? So anyway, as we start looking at this, notice that gold is now coming back down into the open range. So it was gold just dumped right there. You go. See, there it goes. And we saw it here first. Bam, right here on the wave saying, get ready. It's coming back down. We saw it over here on the 9s, but guess what we just ran into? We ran into a 6.5 AO, green AO. We've managed to come back to the fiddle. Here's the quick news. In a very brief period of time, we're damn near oversold. Okay, so what is that telling us? It went from hovering up here at overbought pretty much all day long, right? We had a double tap here, and notice, see what the alignment is on that double tap. Very little on the masher, on the MACD, and then up here, very little insignificant pullback before it launched again. We had a similar situation here, again, with very little negative impact on the price action. And then back here at 9:30, around 9:30 this morning, very similar. We had the sell-off there on the OBOS to the oversold line. And again, very little action movement on the price action. So there you go. Something to keep in mind as we watch this. But here's what I'm trying to tell you. Let's take a look at the bigger picture. Now, this is the 89. This volume bar has not moved. This is support right here. This is what we're saying is support. This is what the software is telling us. And we're way up here. Notice that the bottom Bollinger Band is starting to throttle and chase it up. The top Bollinger Band is starting to kind of meander back down around, right? So what's missing here is I don't have my golden ropes here. Cross your fingers. Hope this doesn't slam it down. All right, I did that too fast. Didn't think about what I was doing. All right, so let's throw the golden ropes on there and see what kind of action we're doing. We can actually see the 50 coming back up, has not crossed the 200, which is amazing to me, but is definitely pointed up along with that lower Bollinger Band. And I think we have more upward momentum. You've got the support bar way the hell down here, and you've got a higher resistance bar. You got one here, and then you got another one right here. What'll be interesting to see is if at some point tonight this bar separates, right? You got volume bar 2 and 3 tied in together. If 3 launches, if 3 goes up, then we may have something more to talk about here. So let's keep an eye on this. All right, Missile, go get you some coffee. We'll be here when you get back. Anyway, just wanted to show you that as we sit here and we wait for 8 o'clock to come. I still haven't taken a single trade yet, mainly because I just can't seem to shut up and leave you guys alone.
Fib.gc on the 2.
All right, so where are we? Did we ever get that new subscriber? We're at 17 likes. We got 16 people in the bar, so people are coming and getting the free drinks and leaving. Imagine that. All right. We're still sitting at 1059 on total subscribers. Okay. We're off to a good start. We're 1 hour in. And look who just walked through the door. Andrew Weitzner. Come on in, Andrew. Grab a beer. Y'all be sure to tip those waitresses tonight. All right, so as we look at this, what do we think is going to happen? And I'm going to get the volume profile charts. We'll come revisit them in about 30 minutes. But you get the idea of what we're looking at here, guys. All right, well, go fire it up. I'm going to go make a cocktail. I will be back in just a few, guys. I'm going to give your ears a break. I think I've had too much caffeine. I probably need to shift to water. Or maybe a little bit more rum. How's that? All right, guys. I'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out. If you haven't already, do me a favor. Hit that like button. We'll see you in about 5 minutes. Thanks, guys.
Fib.gc on the 2. Double Delta GC on the 2. Lower bands touch NQ on the 24. Harmonic GC on the 2. Fib.GC on the 8. Fib.NQ on the 2. Double delta NQ on the 2.
All right, folks, I'm back. What did I miss? All right, nice headshot, super headshot on the gold. Came back into that developing crack.
Harmonic NQ on the 2.
Let's see if that's going to be the extension of that move. And if that crab is the high, then we can look for it to come back to where the golden ropes are crossed. But again, kind of indicative to me that it is going to be going north. Now, is that move complete? Let's see here. It retraced how far? 61.8%. Magic number. 100% extension right up to that crab. Okay. And we all saw before what happens when we hit this point right here. We take that crab, it comes back down to that 32.49. So let's see what happens. If it comes back down to that area, can we expect it to launch back up? And we'll pay attention to that. We notice over on the tide that it is about halfway down. It came back halfway down into its open range as a retreat, which is not uncommon, which is why we wait for the 2-hour extension. All right. I have launched right back into talking too much, haven't I? Perhaps I'll shut up and let y'all listen to the music. Pretty good music. All right. Late Nate selling off. Is that late Nate selling off, or is that late Nate going short? Does it come back down to the 50 and complete it? We'll see. What's going on the NQ? We had the nice little headshot there. And we're still in the red channel on both the 9s and the 2s. If you look over the tide, it's still kind of meandering around inside its 45-minute open range. I'm expecting, I'd like to see it. One of my thought processes is, again, folks, I am looking for this to come out and go up. Like I said before, I think it's going to do this, and then come back and do this, and then come back and do this, then come back and do this. One more time, and then we come back down. And then we'll be targeting target 1. And then we can go further and target number 2. And then we'll target number 3. So we'll see how strongly we feel about that after we see the results of the 2-hour completion. Meantime, we're going to clean this chart up a little bit. You've seen it so many times tonight. Yeah, but Missile, there's a lot there, man. There's a lot. Not in the way of scalping. Not yet. It'll come. It'll come. So remember, we were looking for gold to go up to that mark up here, right around in there. And come back down. Actually, it was down here. So we come back down below it. Do we hit the ciphers and launch? We shall see. Hey, Missile, come on, man. Chime in. Chime in. Look, we got a Dr. Seuss there. Well, what I call a Dr. Seuss. Bean, Mr. Bean, he only needs one idea.
GC on the 2.
Look, it's coming back down. It's coming back down. Does it pop up through that alpha omega? Again, we're sitting in the middle. We're sitting in the middle of the fiddle. We're just about midline on the OBOS. But is it telling us to get ready? I know we don't have any delta ready ups, but is it telling us get ready here? So looking to the left, I'm seeing it come back up to 32.70, possibly up to 32.89, and even higher yet, going all the way back up into and closing the gap. On the wave, it's telling us, hey, we hit this delta mark, this red delta mark here from earlier today, and we've kind of sandwiched in between these two, bouncing back and forth. If it comes down, bounces off the 50, don't be alarmed and be alert that that would be a good opportunity to get a signal. Even at 13 bars a minute, in the middle of the Bollingers on the 89. Yes, we are. So notice that on the 89, no, we're not in the middle on the 89. We're way at the top of the 89s. I get you. But remember, we're stalking. That's what we're doing. We're looking for that opportunity and anticipating when we will see that enigma. Ah, okay. Yes. Yes. But we're stalking that opportunity to see when and where it's likely to show up and in what direction we think is the primary direction that it'll go. So, with that said, I'm going to kick back, enjoy my soda, spread this out a little bit so that we can be aware of what's going on. And I'm going to kick it down a notch. Sit back, relax, enjoy the view. Maybe even eat a banana. I hear you. Again, does it happen?
Lower bands touch NQ on the 24.
Does it pick up? It could pick up at a moment's notice. And you know that as well as I do. 20 minutes after 7 here on the East Coast. Don't forget, we got a little bit of Japanese news in 30 minutes. I'm sure the news is already leaked.
Double delta NQ on the 2.
On the 9s, we got a Christmas tree forming back and forth. Are we making a honeycomb? I mean, not a honeycomb, but a beehive. All right, for those that don't know, I will be streaming tonight or this morning at 3:30 a.m. for London. Just a reminder, it's already scheduled. I will be there. Y'all come by and see us, and we'll do the London Open. That's my thesis. So take a look over at the tide, and you'll see the plan that I have put together for the night on the NQ. We're going to thin this up a little bit so that we can get a bigger picture here. This is what we're looking at. This is what I'm looking at. Let me say that when I say we, I mean me. That's my trading plan, and it's all dependent on it going up above my stop area, my warning track, and then coming back and busting down south. So I would like to see it get above 435, which means 1.5 miles away. Are you a gambling man, Mr. Missile?
Lower bands touch NQ on the 24.
I'm thinking it's going to make it up to the top of these Bollinger Bands up here. Hopefully a little bit higher, and then come ripping back south. Yeah, me too. I don't gamble. I play poker and I trade and I do some sports betting. You quit poker? Well, I can't say that I haven't either. Thank you, Mr. Bean. I appreciate it. We'll see how it plays out. And there's nothing to say we can't take a quick scalp here and there and yonder along the path. I can absolutely promise you it's going to the right. All right, we have 25 minutes of the Japanese news. Even on their biggest night, their news is slightly more than a nothing burger on the best night. But we'll see what it does. Now, we may get a DCDM at any point on either chart, and it could add support, or it could absolutely change our thesis. DCDMs are so powerful, and they tell a bigger story than the box that they sit in. Okay, we have gotten a couple more subscribers. We are up to 1,061 subscribers tonight. Thank you very much. Always a good thing to see a little bit of growth every night. Still amazed where we are today. Never dreamed that it would be possible. I remember joking about it back in October. Man, if we hit 1,000 subscribers by May, that would be phenomenal. And boom, here we are. Couldn't have done it without you guys. Thank you so much. And remember, this started off as just a place to come hang out in the evening and be able to talk to others about things we just can't talk to others that are around in our family or friends, because there are so few people that actually understand and are capable of discussing futures with us. Let's face it, we're consumed with it every night, every day. So it's a nice place to come hang out, safe place, friendly place. They do not understand us, miss it. They don't
Harmonic
understand
NQ
us.
on the 2.
That's right. That's right, Big V. Well, Missile, you know, we all look at you and say you're cray-cray.
Fib.gc
But
on
that's
the 2.
what we love about you. But you're one of the most educated people I know to talk to about futures. And by the way, your bike is still out back behind the bar. You are cray-cray. No two ways about it there, brother. Well, like I said, that's what we love about you. And we love the fact that you're able to kick Vinny's ass. I love that. I love that when y'all play games. He's man enough to say it too. That damn missile silo, he kicked my ass. I don't even know what games you play. Something with the helicopter, I think. Only sometimes. Battlefield 3. I'm going to go check that out. Still hoping, still thinking that NQ is going to play it to the long side before it breaks out. That's right. That's right. Hanging out with people like us, hanging out, having a place to hang out, it makes our victory sweeter and our losses a little bit softer. And that's how we got started. That's how we got started. That's right. That's right. You know, but a lot of people, they want to trade during the day, but they don't have the time, and they want to learn about AlgoBox. Where do you go? You go to the Discord, or you can come here. Look, Discord, docs.algoboxpro.com is on speed dial with me. I bring it up every night. But the reality of it is, it's nice to be able to come into a place and be able to talk about it with other people after hours. Because let's face it, a lot of us have day jobs, and as much as we love to watch Vinny during the day, we can't always afford that opportunity. We're not always afforded that opportunity, surely by the fact that we still have day jobs. So being able to come back to someplace, basically this is a bar. It really is. There are no such thing as stupid questions. Oh, well, that's not true, because I ask stupid questions all the time. But I know that if I have a question, I can come here. We can throw it out there, and people like Missile or Casey or Brian or Cash Clay or Cashcraft. And in the early hours, I mean, we have Plutonium, we have Whiskers, we have SMB during our London Open. It's always nice. And those guys are so supportive and so helpful. Locked in. Locked and loaded. Let's go. Let's not forget the other people we got. We got T Coop. We got Jeff Koski. We got Casey. We got so many regulars that come in and out. It's still a little early for them, but I'm trying to reach. By starting earlier, I'm trying to reach people that don't normally are on the East Coast and still and not necessarily up at 8:45 or willing to start. I mean, most people are that are working during the day at 9 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night. They're looking to wind down. So they've got they got a very specific time slot, and I thought maybe that I could play to them and try to get more people in that market on that time frame, during that time frame, and give them a venue, give them an audience. And I really enjoy London. I can't tell you how much I enjoy trading London. Great speed, lots of good volatility, good representation of what's going to happen the next day. Usually a reversal of the Asian market. tape gets a little bit thicker. More good solid plays with some speed. So, but getting here at 6, it gives me an opportunity. Oh, dude. See, there you go. So, you're going to be off the bed here in a little while because, you can't. Hey, Missile, we ain't as young as we used to be. We got to get some sleep. There you go. There you go, Brian. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I like to be able to get in here, light the cigar, and sip on some Blanton. There you go. Arturo Fuente, Hemingway's for me. That's me. That's me. I'm all that. No, Missile. Well, in my book, you're still a kid. But anybody under the age of 50 is still a kid to me. All right, 7:35, 15 minutes. On the 2. Look at that shark. Look at that shark. We're still in the middle of the fiddle zone. We got a red arrow on the MACV. I would normally just be jumping all over that shark. Oh, and now we got the Alpha Omega on top of it with slightly bigger. Yeah, I'm going to say that I'm younger than Captain Rex. No, I am 59 and hopefully I'm holding.
Fib.gc on the 2.
Brian, that's funny. So I did something similar. Hey, we got a shark tail there. I should have taken that. I'm sitting here reading about how he sneezed and coughed at the same time and threw out his back. I did that last week. I sneezed and coughed at the same time and had to go change my britches. What's going on, Peach Trader? Good to see ya. So that ended up being a good shark for a quick scalp. I didn't take it, but I didn't notice that it had turned into a shark tail. Yeah, Brian, as bad as mine sounds, yours was worse. You had to deal with the back pain. All I had to go was change my underwear. According to Fluid, that's called a fluke. All right, so we're really having to think about this whole gold thing. Is it going to come back down? And here we go. Notice that when it picks a direction, it goes with it, and that is gold. But I'll have you notice we are still in that first 45-minute open range breakout box, and we're still 23 minutes away from completing
double delta
the 2-hour structure of that 24. Yeah, let me know, man. Let me know. So notice on the MACV, we're at that national level that has been pretty much kicking all day on gold.
Lower bands touch GC on the 24.
I'm really not going to do anything with gold until we see what it's going to do with its 2-hour mark. But I tell you what we have done. We've talked about it. We've reviewed it. We've studied it. You may be confused as to what you're going to do when the time comes, but you have a good understanding of what's driving it, what's causing
double
it,
delta GC
where it's
on the
likely
2.
to go, where it's likely not to go, why it's going to go there.
Harmonic NQ on the 2.
It's not just like flipping a coin. Now the NQ, we're still stuck in the middle. And for the last several bars, 10, 15 minutes. Oh, there it goes. Speaking of NQ, there it goes.
Double delta NQ on the 2.
All right, let's see here. How far apart are those bars? Nope, too wide. Too wide to be considered. But we do have 2 delta ready ups within a minute of each other up here on gold. So let's pay attention to that and see how that fits. So right there, we need a third one to complete the Titanic zone.
Harmonic NQ on the 2.
And we just blew through a shark on the NQ. Very low T1. I still think it's going to rise. We're still waiting. Look, we're still waiting. You know, according to our thesis, we're still waiting for it to jump up above the 21,440 mark. Does it get there?
Touch NQ on the 24.
That in itself would be a very nice move up. So
Lower
don't feel afraid to take a good,
on the 24.
You know, a nice little scalp there as this thing is jumping up.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 24. Fib.GC on the 2.
This 50.
Fib.NQ on the 2.
You got a green dot. We did have an opposing signal right here. So let's pay attention, see what it does with this alpha omega right here. Now it's gotten lockjaw. 10 minutes till this night, till 7:50 here on the East Coast. It's 7:40. Remember, it's 7:50. We got Japan news coming up. And I don't know if you can read it, but I have it posted in the bottom right-hand corner of the main screen. So just a reminder. Enigma long on the GC, going in our direction. Oh boy, I said I wasn't going to do it. I said I was not going to do it. I said I was not going to do it. I'm going to wait and see if we can get a moon touch there. If we can get this back down into this area right around in here, maybe we'll consider that long if it doesn't blow through the back of that Enigma too far. Because that was a nice little move down.
Harmonic NQ on the 2. Double delta NQ on the 2.
I know. I need to be taking more trades, right? There you go. You think?
Harmonic GC on the 2.
There you go. There you go, Brian.
Fib.GC on the 2. Fib.NQ on the 2.
You're under the red arrow. You're under the protection of the red arrow on the MACD. And it has. All right, so let's take a look at that real quick. All right, so if we pull that down here and we bottomed out twice here, we've hit this bottom right here twice. So let's just say that we think about, what the hell did I just do? That's supposed to be the retracement. So if we go back up here to this high, not the other high, but this high, and we start looking right here, does it retrace back to 3247? So that's right. That's right. So is this are we looking at a swing low here? Is that what we're looking at? Does it break that? Or does it continue to bounce? Does it continue to bounce? So we'll see.
Lower bands touch GC on the 24.
Now, see, I'm sitting here talking. I got that moon touch. I should have taken it right there. This is why it's so hard to trade and stream at the same time. But that was exactly what we were calling. That was exactly what we were looking for. We were looking for this touch, this moon touch right here, dropping down below what is now this alpha omega, and then come on up. Take the target. By buying in down here, we have way minimized our risk to reward ratio. That's a low from a giant down candle.
Double delta GC on the 2.
All right, so those are 5 minutes apart. 6 minutes apart. But it's pretty much defining what we had already spelled out, was that we had said this and then down here. So is this a Titanic zone? I'm going to go ahead and mark it off. Let's just pay attention to see what happens in that box. We've established a low, we've established a high, and we've established the fact that we're just bouncing around inside of that zone. Again, we are waiting at 15 minutes until the 2-hour open range break is fully developed. Okay, I'm going to take a chance here, and I'm going to change over to my volume profiles because I've got nice big bars. That came out all wrong. So if we look at gold,
fib.gc
came back down. See, this is a big bar here. This is a big bar here. Medium, medium, medium-sized bar. These are all 30-minute bars, Brian. VWAP at 32.48. So that's exactly where that's pretty close to where the developing point of control is right now. Okay, so look, we are expecting. So let's just say it. We did this earlier. So does it do the looky-loo? Jump up out of the box, come back down, and if so, how far down? Does it come down to the P point? Does it come down even further? But we can see that the reversal zone, if this is the first leg, if this is the first leg of this fib extension, then we can be looking upwards of 3,300. Target one would be somewhere around, what, 3290-ish? So we absolutely looked at this and we said, this is absolutely possible. So I guess if we talk about this, do we get this? Do we get this structure here tonight? So if it looks above, let's see here. We've already looked above once. It came down. How far does it come down? And we'll say down to here. Let's see, to this node right here. The bottom of this bar right there. Actually, we're going to call it this bar right here. And then it retests that value area high, or that value area previous, that naked value area up there. And then we come back and we retest it again. And then we take off. And then what does that look like? So if we're going to draw a box there, if we want to try to draw an anticipated move there, we're going to say that we've got an entry zone somewhere in this area right here. Something similar to that. Let's take it back down there. And we're going to call that deep pink. And if that is the case, we're going to narrow that box up just a little bit here
on the 2
as we try to define what we think could possibly be a range here. And obviously the first target would be
on the 24.
The bottom of the gap. Target 2 would be about halfway up the gap, maybe a third, 2/3 of the way up there. Whoop, I didn't grab anything. I didn't do that. So we come up here and we say somewhere in that, whoop, I did it again. Somewhere in this neighborhood right here. And then full extension would be up to this naked POC up here above the gap. At which point, what are we talking about? So that would be 1 trade, 2 trades, 3 ticks, 3 stops, right? So let's front run that one. Let's pull this one back a little bit and say that's target 2, and the top of this is target 3.
Harmonic and
are we looking at that? Or could this possibly be the opposite? So we popped up, and if so, can we copy this and paste it down below? And then we would say that we're looking more like this, right? So where we are right now in the grand scheme of things would be right about there. So does it come back down? If the opposite is true, we know that the target 1 was going to be the P point. Target 2, in my mind, would be somewhere around here in this minus development area from last night, maybe a little bit further down. Let's call it right there. That could possibly be target 2. And after that, we would be looking further on down and say we want to come on down to the close of yesterday, the previous session close of the day, low of the day, right there. So there you go. There's 2 theses put together. It all depends on what happens right here, because what I can assure you is once gold makes its frozen pizza, we got you in the mood for pizza there, Missile. Hey, so anyway, if we're thinking about this out loud and trying to put some structure behind these trade plans, these are the 2 that absolutely make the most sense to me. So this one, we came up, came down, came up, came down. Now, if it only comes up, hits T1, then if we get to T1, we hit a lot of resistance, then maybe, just maybe, we'd be prepared to do this all over again. And now we're coming back down, and we'll do the same thing. Copy, paste, snap, and then copy, paste, snap. So you can see right now we're coming up with a good thesis for tonight. If then else. And what does this do? Well, this helps me put on micros, but more importantly, it gives me a thesis, a primary bias for if the market is going to go long. So if the market is going to go long, and we know this, I'm more inclined to take scalps to the long side. If I get a green Enigma, if I get a green AO, if I get a nice DCDM, these are all the things. So if I have something in my mind, so if I have it in my mind that that's what's going to happen, I'm prepared for it.
Fib.gc on the 2.
So let's take a look at this. If we get up here and we do the looky-loo, we come up and then we back down. And then we go back up. Another look above and fail. And then another one. Do we get long? I mean, do we get short here? And I think the answer is yes, but we're gonna wait and we're gonna be patient. Does that happen? So these are all retraced to the P points. 2 opportunities south, 1 opportunity long. So let's just wait and see. It is 7:52. Japan news has got to be out. Don't see a whole lot of anything. But anyway, you know, this is fun to do. It's easy to talk about when we are in a slow market. 38% from yesterday's low. There you go. And that, in a nutshell, is gold. Let's take a look at our developing plan. So we're getting up close. We had that a little bit of a look up and it came back down. A little bit of a look up and it came back down. We've got 8 minutes, 7 minutes till the 2-hour open range kicks in. I do a quick look above and fail, look above and fail, a quick look above and fail. And you'll notice, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a red line, small gap right here between these 2 candles. And this is a perfect opportunity to be thinking reversal. So as we look up above, what do we have? We got open range. What are we on? This is the NQ. So as we look above and fail, look above and fail, look above and fail 3 times, then it's really giving us a good indication that as we come back the 3rd time, I'm going to get long right around in this line right here. Now, to give you an idea, I'm going to trade this in micros, Peach. and I'll set this up, and my stop loss is about 50 ticks. So in the life of a micro, what is that, 50 cents a point? So it's 25 bucks times 3. So I'm risking 75. But what I was telling people earlier, if we look at the grand scheme of things and we come in here, we manage to get in there. Here's our first stop. If we get all the way down to the third stop, at 725 ticks. Divide that by 2 for just one micro. So what is that, 350? It's $362.50 times 3. So you're looking at $1,000 return off of a $75 risk. Okay. And not only that, but think of the bias, think of the direction bias indication this is giving you. I'm going short. So I'm going to be finding my entries, I'm going to be I'll be firing guns up here. So let's write that up here. Okay. So up here, we are absolutely shooting guns. Down here, we are absolutely shooting missiles. Missiles being... So we are going to go for quicker targets, higher paying targets, trying to minimize the risk there. But up top, we're going to be taking much bigger targets, much larger targets with a very minimal amount of risk. I hope that makes sense. So again, if you guys are wondering, I'm going to explain this again. A lot of people don't know that up here under the pencil for the drawing tools, you have a risk to reward tool. And if we come in here and we say, okay, this is my risk, I've got it set to 10 to 1. And if I come in here, you're able to come in here and modify this and save it. So you can see my ratio is 10 to 1, right? So reward extension, entry extension, risk extension, and our anchor line. So if I want to make my risk to reward 15 times, I can do it. I can come in here and say, there you go, telling me bottom out at 21,206.75. It's a nice little tool to have handy. It's available to you, and I just want to make sure you guys know that it is there. So what I do is when I come in here, I always set my risk to reward ratio for my gun shooting.
VIP.NQ on the 2.
I set that up and I save it as, well, I actually saved it as default, but you could save it as anything. So you can actually come in here and say 10 to 1, right? Well, it won't let you do colons, but it'll let you do a dash. So 10 to 1. Actually, you know what? We're going to say 10 to 1. And we're going to save that. And it'll always be there. And now it's set. We're going to apply that and we're good to go. But my default is 10 to 1. So anyway, enough about that. Anybody got any other questions? Man, I don't know why it won't let me. There we go. Now we can delete it. So we are shooting gun. Whoop, that went away too. And we're shooting missiles down on the Ripple charts. So the higher the time frame, the more likely I am shooting guns. The lower the time frame, I'm shooting missiles, and I'm in, I'm out. I'm taking a 10 and a 15. So I'm looking for 25 ticks, which gets me about, what, $125. Boom, bada bing. Depends on the number of times I click the button. But I'm good. I'm good with that. And there's nothing saying I can't move target number 2.
VIP.NQ on the 2.
Big V, glad I could help. Hopefully I haven't bored you guys to tears. But I was sitting on this side of the fence. You know, there's nobody on my left. There's nobody on my right. There's certainly nobody behind me. It was really nice when John was here in the witness protection compound back about a month ago, because at least I had somebody. You know, the only problem was, you know, every now and then he would get naked on his trades. And I just, luckily my back was to him. Just kidding. Just kidding. All right, so let's get back to the gold chart here. We're going to look at both of these. Guys, folks, if you have any questions whatsoever, I'm not saying I'm an expert at all. I'm not even close to it. Wouldn't even pretend to be. But what I do have, I have some limited knowledge, and I have the resources to go find the answers. And what I want to do is make sure that you guys are trading the best that you can and learning how to manage your risk, manage your expectations.
Enigma short on the CL1.
Okay, so we just got a Enigma on the CL1. So that chart is an absolute mess. But we just got that, and I am not liking that chart whatsoever.
Divergence down NQ on the 24.
As we get to 8 o'clock, we are at 8 o'clock. So now we need to go back to the volume profile charts and take a look. Let's see if they've hatched. Have they hatched yet? No, it'll be 8:01, but then we will see. I actually have an indicator that will tell me what's going on with the open range indicator. So we got about another minute for that to develop, and then we'll come back and give it a look. We'll give it a go. Looky here, we came back out of the zone and popped right back into it. It's not ready to be harvested yet. So are we going to be looking at consolidation? Even when we breach this Titanic zone, which it's questionable, is this Titanic zone or not? I don't know. Some people would argue with me and say that, no, that third bar needed to be over in this area of the Enigma. But to me, in the slow time frame, as it was back when this was kicking, as evidenced by the steady consolidation within that chart, the slight breakout, the look below and fail, the look below and fail. Peach, you see a pattern here, look below and fail, look below and fail, looked above and failed. See how it's getting bigger? I'm thinking that we're going to see this break up out here and possibly give us that rip down to get a much bigger target. But we shall see. So what I'm looking for is
harmonic GC on the 2.
I'm prepared, right? Let's say that we're looking
and
we say up here, what I'm looking for is an AO up in this area. Any kind of order flow event, an Enigma, an AO, a hefty shark, a DCDM, some kind of cross. But we're also looking for that to happen down here. And if we get that, right, let's give it a little bit of room to breathe. If we get that,
.es on the 8.
if the AlgoBox tools come in and they say, okay, here's your AO, we're going to look above, and fail.
Down NQ
and
on
when
the
that
24.
happens,
Double
this
delta
is going to
NQ
happen.
on the 2.
That is going to happen. And at this point, now we're kicking. So now, if we start to see this AO cross right here, and I'm doing a very piss poor job of drawing this, but if we see an AO forming right about in here, and let's see if I can get this. Vinny's a much better artist than I am, but if we can see this, and we see this look above and fail, as we come back through, we want to be putting our order in. Let's see, right there. We're going to be putting, is that it? Yeah, we're going to be putting an order in to go short there. And we're going to be hoping we're going to hold till the opposing signal. But look, if we come all the way back down, at 61 ticks. And that is something that we're going to be looking at by shooting missiles. So that's $10 a tick. That's going to be $610 for one contract. We are on your golly almighty. You guys have to pick up. You got to let me know. Jeez. Whew. All right, let's go back over and look at the gold chart. So I have defined the Titanic zone here. And if we get an AO up here, right? And look, we did a look below and fail. That is once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. And we came back into the box and we took off. Came back down, looked below, failed, and went back up. And what I'm looking, Thank you, Brian. I feel like a light beer commercial. Sounded good, tastes great. Looks good, tastes great. All right, so if we get up here and we get this AO up here, then we're absolutely looking for that to come back and reverse. And look what we get. See this? We got a developing PRZ, a potential reversal zone right up here. We got the red dot right in the middle telling us we're still consolidating. We still got consolidation going on, as evidenced by the narrow golden ropes. So anyway, if we can get up here, and then vice versa, if this comes down, let's say that we're down here, and actually these should be red. Let's change those to red. Vinny is so much better with this than I am. So we got a red AO here. Nope, cancel that. All right, let's look for the rectangle right here, and we'll make that deep pink. So that's a red AO, and then down here we're going to have something similar with a green. Look, there it is. It's a little shallow, folks. It's a little shallow. I'd like to see the little. Oh, well.
Harmonic GC on the 2.
I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it.
Order filled.
Let's see if we can get this reversal here. Watch it come back and get me.
Order filled.
There's one. We're going to chase it down. We're going to break even just in case it decides to back up on us. We're going to come in here and take 2 or 3 ticks of profit, and we'll see if we can get something going here. Naturally, it just stands still. Uh-oh. Yep, there we go. Now we're going to chase it a little bit more, capture a little bit more of that profit. We're 7 ticks in. You know what? I think I'm going to back this down. Let's back this all the way down and see if we can just chase it. Okay. Let's see if it bounces off that 50 and comes back up at me. And we're going to capture a little bit more profit. I am keeping my stop really tight here. Sorry about that. But as I get through this 200, there we go. I was afraid of that 200. Bouncing off of that 200, just getting ready to say that. Oh, so there you go. We took the shark back. We got it. We got a late entry in there, but look, we just real quickly, nice little scalp because we were prepared. We saw what was coming, and we drew the Titanic zone. Not sure it's still a Titanic zone. But we actually drew the AO and said, this is what we're looking for. We got it. Remember, there was a developing PRZ up in this area, right? I wish I had I need a quick button for a box. Let's see here. Box, rectangle, F2. All right, so I do have that. Oh, but that's not going to, see, we had that developing harmonic up here, right? And it was red. So we were looking at that developing harmonic. I was thinking it might come up, hit that, and then come back south. I'll take 18 ticks any day of the week in gold. I'll take it. I would have liked it to come back down. And look, it may actually come back down. But I was worried about that 200. I'm also worried about this gold line right here. And if you folks don't know, that is the session open. And we can get what we call a GLR right at that point. So let's go ahead and we're going to say that. And it doesn't always last because you'll get that little bounce back, that look above and fail, and then it breaks the GLR. And see now, 24. Let's see if this comes all the way back down. But here's the good news. It's not done. It's like, what is that guy's name? Ronco. But wait, there's more. So, I mean, guys, did you see how little risk I took? I can't think of how, did we have 2, 3, 4 ticks of risk there that we took? I mean, that's the genius behind AlgoBox. That is absolutely the genius. Being able to plot these sharks out, to plot these AOs out, understand the dynamics of the field. Think of this as poker. The guy to the left, he's a weak player. He's a fish. and you know what he's going to do. So if you know what he's going to do, you can anticipate his next move. You can anticipate the cards he's going to be holding and how you're going to play your cards against his cards. Hell, at that point, you don't even care what your cards are. You're just going to make the play, right? So that's exactly what we did. Vinny came out here and gave us an AO here. He gave us the shark, and he said, here are the cards that you're holding against a guy with a lesser hand. And boom, bada bing. I got out way too early, but I was scared, as I normally am, of that goal line reversal along with that 200 EMA and a nice little bounce back up. And I did not want to lose any profit because that matters in a prop account. We come down and we stop out. Whatever our gain is between this point and this point, we just lost that on our trailing drawdown. But look where we are. Look where we are. So wait, there's more. Let's take this AO, and what we're looking for down here at the session lows is another AO. So let's say, let's not be afraid to say this, if we can get a green AO here, right? Be great if we can get an order flow like maybe a ready delta, delta ready up. I get so excited talking about this shit. I love it. I love it. Absolutely love it.
Fib.NQ
So
on the 2.
if we can get that look below and fail coming off of this, we're going to come down here. We got the red line down here. We come down, establish a new low, and then we get that AO there and we pop it up. And this time we pop it all the way back up to the other side of the box. How did I do there, Missile Silo? Did I do okay? And there you go. Do we get another look below and fail on the green channels? So I'm happy with my trade. I'm 180 bucks up. I'm across 4 accounts tonight. So it's 180,
Divergence
360.
down NQ on the
I'm
9.
up 720 bucks for the night. Look at there. Look at there. Late Nate. Oh, now isn't that interesting? That is what I've been waiting for all night.
Fib.NQ on the 2.
That tells such a story right there. Look, there's the AO. There's the AO. And do we get a gold line reversal off of the target of that DCBM missile? Do we get it? Do we get it?
Delta GC on
and now
the 2.
you got another Delta ready up. Look at that. Look at that. Does it pop through the 50? Does it pop through the 50? Are we calling the shots? 8 ball, corner pocket. Does he fold? Does he fold? Does he fold?
Lower bands touch GC on the 24.
I'm not going to take the trade because I'm actually more interested in just watching this thing play out. And we're coming up on king timing, red dot. Does it crack that dot as we come into king timing? Does it race back up? And just so that you know, everybody, it just popped out the bottom of the
lower bands
open range. Look at there. Look at there. Looky there. Looky there. OMG. Wow. Do I feel like an idiot? That's the kind of move Vinny would be proud of.
Fib.GC on the 2.
I ought to post this.
Lower bands touch GC.
We called it
24.
all the way down, established a new low, came back up through the anticipated AO, which actually turned into a super AO. Thank you, Vinny. Got another green ready up. Got the Dr. Seuss pop, 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 and gone. And gone. And gone. So if you'd have got it, if you'd have got in here at this point right here and took it as it came back up through it and carried it up to, let's say that it peaked out Dr. Seuss you and you got out at the red arrow at 36 ticks. One contract, that's $360. I am on the 2s on gold. The 1s are too fast. The 3s are just a little bit too slow for me. and I'm on the 8s on the 9s. I'm sorry, I'm on the 8s on the MACD. I'm at 24 on the range, on the wave, and I'm at 89. I'm at 89 on the tide.
Fib.GC on the 8. Fib.CL on the
So
1.
is this late Nate saying, hey, now it's going short, I'm going to sell, I'm getting rid of all my longs, I'm not going to get trapped up here, I know it's coming back down? And if so, what late Nate can't see is a developing harmonic above his head. And do we see this come up? Casey, you just missed a hell of a play. You just missed a hell of a play. I didn't take it because I was too busy explaining it. But we absolutely called 2 shots. Bang, bang. Boom, boom. Actually, it was more missiles. It was all missiles.
Fib.GC on the 24.
Look at it. Look at it go. Leaving late Nate behind. Keep going. Keep going. That's funny, Casey. I'm so stoked. I'm so stoked. I love it when a plan comes together. God, I love it when a plan comes together.
Double Delta NQ on the 2.
Anybody have any questions about how we saw that coming? We've been talking about it for about an hour now. Oh, that's fine, Casey. It's fine. I think a lot of people were tired last night. I'm the only one that managed to get in 4.5 hours of sleep between this stream and the London stream. Thank God for Jesse. Thank God for Jesse. But I'm just too old, Jeff. I'm too old, Casey. I can't. I like coming in here early, and we spent 2 hours talking about where the market's going. And at the end of the second hour, boom, boom. I mean, boom, boom. We shot missiles across the bow, and we made some good money. I only made $180, but other people following this, they could absolutely, yeah, Jesse is the truth. They could absolutely see how we got to where we were. We called it. We called it. I even drew out the AO where it was going to be. I said, over here, we're going to get an AO. And boom, we got it. We got it. We got it within 2 minutes. I said we were going to get an AO back here. We got it. We got it. And if it did that, it's going to do this. And we got the quick gold line reversal, came on back down. Wow. Somebody take a picture of this and put it on the Discord. Probably doesn't make any sense to anybody, but that's what I was looking at. Okay, folks. AlgoBox is such an incredible set of tools. Combine that with some extra knowledge about being able to look long-term, get a higher, being able to stalk your trade will help you stalk your financial freedom, which is what we are all about. Because while we have fun doing this at night, we'd like to make this our day job. Thanks, Big V. Come back every night. Come back any night. We're here every night. Every night, Sunday through Thursday and into Friday morning. Boom. Boom, bada bing. What was that? Where was that from? That was the girl on, oh, wow. It was Bruce Willis, and he was like, in the future, he drove a cab, had no wheels, it was like a spaceship, and anyway, the girl, the Fifth Element, thank you, Brian, the girl from the Fifth Element, boom, bada bing, boom, bada boom, big bomb, big boom. That's what it was like. That's what it was like for me. And hell, I didn't even take the trade. I took half of it on the way down. I took a little bit piece of it on the way down. That's cool. That's cool. But we were prepared. We called it. Big bods boom. Big bada boom. There you go. Yeah, I'm excited.
Fib.GC
All right,
on the 2.
folks, I gotta go. I gotta go. I'll be right back. Too much energy. I gotta go stretch my legs. Wow. Hey, come on back, Big V. Anytime. And if you're up in the wee hours in the morning, got nothing better to do, I'll be streaming again at 3:30 Eastern for the London Open. Let's see here. Let's type it in. LONDON. And there you go. All right. Looks like we got 35 people in the bar and we got 36 likes, folks. If you haven't already, do me a favor. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell notification button. Tell all your friends, tell all your foes, tell all your family. Hell, even tell your wife, tell your girlfriend. But the last two, I don't recommend you do that at the same time. So on that note, I'm going to go top off my cocktail. I will be back. Thanks for everybody for coming out tonight. This is awesome. I'll be right back. Love it when a plan comes together.
Fib.gc on the 2. Fib.nq on the 2. Double Delta GC on the 2.
All right, folks, I'm back. All right, so it never did complete it. We're going to leave that Titanic zone up for now, because one of the things that I neglected to say was that's an area that'll get revisited again at some point, maybe tonight, maybe early in the morning, maybe tomorrow morning. Or it may continue to act as a consolidation zone. We don't know. Yes, that was absolutely a shark on the GC, on the gold. So that was another point of confluence that I was using to get into that trade. Let's see if I can bring it down into perspective. We'll blow it up a little bit, make it a little bit wider, and then we'll drag it back in center, and we will, oh, we are on gold, so you guys can see that just fine, right? Hopefully, but you can see we got that shark. It made it all the way to the back, and then lightning fast, it came right back down. Now, I didn't get a chance to get in it. I was thinking it was going to pull back a little bit more.
On the 2.
Got that shark, and I reacted as fast as I could, which isn't fast enough. If I had my wits about me and been paying full attention, I would have taken it as soon as it hit that shark back, right? So we had the AO, 5.28 red AO coming out of the top of this, what I think could be called the Titanic zone. It's definitely a zone. And it fired back down. So you can see we ended up getting in here, got 2, and then we got in and we got out, and we got out. Bouncing up off of that, we were chasing it down. If I had Vinny's balls, I would have held on. What's that mean? So the shark is a potential reversal zone. The AO is also an order flow, real-time order flow.
Harmonic NQ on the 2.
Indicating the hashtag. What is the hash? I'm missing it. What is the pound? What does what mean? I'm missing it. The number. Oh, the number, it's indicating the power of the strength of that AO. This is a little bit on the light side, which is another reason I was waiting for it to come further up and then come back down. Well, it did, but it didn't quite go up as high. And when we got the second piece of confluence with the shark, the red shark, and it had, if you go back and look, it had a decent, it came down to a good depth. And you can see that it came down, established a P point right here. So let's draw that line right there so that everybody sees what I'm talking about. And you can see that it came down to that point. That is the official T1 on a shark. It's a little, it's risky. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. That's why Vinny will always tell you to use a 10 and a 15 or a 15 and a 25 as you come out of these. Sharks are just so powerful. It's basically the only harmonic I watch. So anyway, hope that explains it. Let's get back to the charts. We're going to get back to both charts and see what's going on both the GC and the NQ, because I'm hearing a lot of selling action down there. We got another shark down there. We don't have the Titanic zone, but look at that. Look at the return on that shark. So this is T1. If it comes back up here to it, but right now we really need this to become a shark tail. We need some kind
double delta GC
of order flow event to happen right around in this area right here to reclaim the structure of that shark. So if we were to get an AO, we were to get a cross, we were to get a dot, anything, I wouldn't hesitate to pop this long. Also, just remember, we're actually looking at this now and saying, hey, we got a DCDM. We came back establishing a gold line. So do we, I keep trying to delete that thing. Do we come back up through this? And do we come back up and hit this T1 up here? Right there, right there. all the way back up to the red line. Vinny will tell you that it is good thought process to keep this in mind as we come back up through this 50. As it comes up through this 50, it may not be a bad play
fib.nq on the 2
to play this gold line reversal, but we got a red dot there. So it's got to crack that dot. It's got to crack that. It's got to be a, what's the word? It's got to be, when you crack the dot, it is a extra credit. Anybody can tell me what happens when it breaks the back of a dot? What is a piercer? Piercer, that's the word that we're looking for. So right now, I am a little hesitant about taking that back long. We broke the structure of that shark. We did not get the shark tail, indicating that we can take it back long. So right now, I'm just going to sit here and sit on my hands, and we're going to wait. We're going to wait. That's what we're going to do. We're going to wait. So with that said, there you go. We're still looking over here at NQ. I'm still thinking this is going long. We did have a look above and fail. We had it, but it wasn't at our levels. It was close. It was very close. I would have liked it to get up to the Bollinger Bands.
On the 2.
Came up a lot closer than I think people were going to give me credit for.
Fib.gc
so
on the 2.
Anyway, we popped back down. If I would have been smart, I could have popped it right there for an entry short and played it back down into the open range and hope for it to go even further on down. So let's pay attention. But my trading plan for the NQ is absolutely short tonight. And I am absolutely long on gold on the higher time frames. All bets are off in the ripple. We're looking for confluence and opportunity to take quick snipes, to take quick scalps, get in, get out, grab 25, as Vinny calls it, a 10 bag, a 15 bag, a 25 bag, whatever you want to call it. But that's what we're looking for. Notice how it just popped up and reversed off the bottom of that DCDM. Again, these are all things that you need to be paying attention to. I mean, doesn't come overnight, but the more often you play these things out,
24.
the better you are. So anybody interested in playing this back, remember, play it back. The rules are, don't play it. Don't play it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't play those moves. We want to play 1, 1, 1, 1. We want to do it several times over and over again, and then we'll go on and take the next trade. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Do it 5 times, and then take the next trade. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. It's like practicing free throws or practicing putting. When you're on the putting green, away from the pin, you're dropping 5, 10 balls, and you're taking the same putt 5 or 10 times. And then you're going to another location. You're dropping the same 5 or 10 balls. Same thing with the practicing free throws. You go to the basket, you go to the free throw line. You don't throw one and then move to the 3-point line or then do a layup. You're going to sit there and you're going to practice. You're going to practice those free throws 10 times, 20 times, 100 times. Same logic applies here. Make sure that when you're practicing, that you go back and you do your back tests, that you're playing the same thing over and over and over again. It's really important, folks. It's really important that you get familiar with what you're trading and how you're trading it. Take the same play, replay it 5, 10 times. Do it the 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3 method. And I promise you, it will sink in. It's kind of like muscle memory, which is what you're trying to accomplish. So with that said, I am off of that. I'm off of that. So let's go. All right, folks, we got 29 patrons in the bar and we got 27 likes. Do me a favor if you haven't already. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell notification button. And looky there, up in the chat, you'll see you can actually go in and try AlgoBox for free. 2 weeks completely free. And when I say completely free, I mean completely free. You can do this with no money down, no credit card, no cash. It's your system to use for 2 complete weeks. What a great opportunity with all the documentation that Vinny has put together, all the tools that he's given us. And for the free usage, you're getting it. You're getting everything now. You're getting everything, including the Dream Panel. You're getting all the bells and whistles. It's a great deal. I mean, how can it be a bad deal? It's free. 2 weeks. Hang out here, check it out. But click that link there, and that'll take you in. And yes, we will get credit for you clicking on that link. But it doesn't mean anything to me. All it does is it gets you in through the front door. Go check out the Discord. Go check out docs.algoboxpro.com. Hell, go to algoboxpro.com and do it your own way. Either way, it's fine with me. I don't care. What I want to make sure is that you understand how to use the tools to help you stalk your trades and to stalk your financial freedom. All right. That said, if you want some free and easy support for this channel, the first thing you can do is hit that like button. The second thing you can do is hit that subscribe button. The third thing you can do is, if you're going to go get any prop accounts over at Apex, who is, by the way, running an 80% off sale, please use code NOMAD. Code NOMAD gets us credit for that sale, and we appreciate any free and easy support that you guys are willing to offer our channel. Appreciate it. I am off of the sales pitch. I'm not here to do sales. I don't like doing sales, but it's important that you know about AlgoBox. It's important that you know about Apex, because no better way to leverage your money. Like I said, I'm up $180 tonight. That was across 4 accounts. I'm up $360, $720 with one trade that we saw coming. We developed the pattern. We looked for it. We anticipated it. 2 hours. Okay, it took 2 hours to make $720. Waited for that opportunity. Very, very little risk. Nice reward. And if I had a bigger pair of balls, I would have got a lot more money out of that. And then if I hadn't been talking about it on the tail end, I'd have caught the push back up into the zone, and we'd have caught maybe another 25, 30 ticks.
Lower bands GC.
So there you go, folks. But it all starts with that like button. It all starts with that subscribe button. Hit that bell notification button, and you'll know when we're going to be here, there, and yonder. Look at there. We got a 5.7 red Enigma. Does it bounce off the bottom of that Titanic zone? We're extended away from the 50. We got a green dot, which is telling me, hey, getting ready to go long. But look at that. Look at that. Nice little pullback. Does it pull back to the 50, or does it keep penetrating down? I would have liked a little bit of a look above and fail. But okay, there you go. Look at this thing work. Son of a biscuit eater. Son of a biscuit eater. Perfect position in the channels, just outside the red channels. I mean, you had all kinds of nice stuff going on there. I was just hoping for a little bit more of a look above and fail before entering that and taking it south. But I mean, right there. Okay, so if you'd have taken that, right? Okay. Let's say you get the late entry, and we get the Dr. Seuss, and we get out of it at the first blue. There you go. 25. If you had a 15 and a 25 target, you'd have gotten 40 ticks. You'd have gotten $200. And look, it's still going. It's like, what's the guy's name? Ron from Ronco. But wait, there's more. But I subscribe to the rule, the ABC rule of trading. Always be closing.
Double delta GC.
Always be closing. That's 400 on GC. That's right. You're right. I'm thinking NQ, aren't I? Slap chop, you're going to love my nuts. Okay, there you go. Son of a biscuit body booty. That would have been 400. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate the math check there. And there's that link to the free trial. Click here for AlgoBoxPro.com. AlgoBoxPro.com.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 24th.
Anybody ever watch that barbecue show on YouTube? What is it? The Barbecue Boys. What is the name of that? Oh man, but he always talks like
Divergence
that.
up NQ on the 9th.
BarbecueBoys.com. AlgoBoxPro.com. Come see us. Come join us. And then come back here every night, every weeknight. Tell us how you won. Tell us how you lost. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. Tell me how bad I suck. And believe me, those people come in. In fact, he's probably out there right now, and I can't remember his name. What was his name? Maloney. David Maloney. David Maloney. He'll come in here and he says, I hate you guys. I think you guys suck. His name is Shane. Is that you, Shane? Is that you, David Maloney? No, I don't think it does, Mr. Hoyt. I think the only time the consistency rule kicks in, but I'm sure I haven't had luck with take profit. I've gotten so close to qualifying those accounts, and then wait. Brian, are you saying it applies during the eval or during? It doesn't apply during the eval. Shane, good to see you, man. All right, folks, we got 31 folks in the bar. There is a consistency rule on the eval. Okay. And we got 31 likes. All right, folks. Appreciate it. We got about 18 minutes before the outlaw, Jesse James, comes in.
NQ on the 2.
Let's see if we can get some more likes on the board for him. That would be awesome. Give him a head start getting to that 50. All right, we picked up more subscribers. We are at 1,064 subscribers. Awesome job, folks. Appreciate it. Those are better than likes. To me, a subscriber is worth 10 likes. All right, are we going to do the look above and fail again? Are we going to do it? Are we going to do it? There you go, Mr. Hoyt. Hopefully Brian has answered your question. Having an Ace Ventura moment. Excuse me, can I ask you a question? Oh. Man, I swear I thought Take Profit Trader gave you, they had the 1 day same as cash. Okay. Well, it could be worse, Mr. Hoyt. It's got to stretch it out a few days. Get that average down. Am I right, Brian? Anybody care to chime in here and tell Mr. Hoyt how he can solve that problem?
Enigma short on the NQ2.
Okay, Enigma short. We are under a red arrow, even though we have a rising bar on the MACD. It's going down. It was at the top of the channels, but it was in between my golden ropes. That's according to Mike. Okay. Well, according to Mike, he knows best about Take Profit Trader. He does all the reviews on them.
Harmonic NQ on the 2.
Okay, we are back into the 45-minute box. I never did get a chance to go check on my the completed open ranges. We got too busy there.
Pip.NQ on the 89.
Boy, that would have been a nice Enigma. All right, but we did have an opposing signal with that 6.9.
on the 2.
Does it pop up and go back up?
Lower bands touch
So let's take
NQ
a
on the
little bit
24.
bigger picture to see what we got. Now we got a DCDM. Now I want to play something here. Let's play a tune. And what we're going to do is we're going to come in here, grab that pivot point, and I'm going to come down to the bottom of this DCDM, cross on the DCDM, and I'm looking for this thing to play back to 21,405 ish, and then rockets out. But maybe it just keeps going there now. Maybe it just keeps going there now. Maybe I shot too high on my entry level. But remember, I'm looking at 21,402. We get a reversal to 21,402, then we're really looking to go south.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 24. Enigma long on the ES1.
There you go, Algo Missile.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 24.
By the way, Mr. Missile Silo, AlgoBox Missile, he has a channel of his own, and I want to share that with you. So he doesn't stream as consistently or as long as we do, but he does come up with some pretty interesting stuff. So I want to copy that. Do me a favor, support our friends. Show them the love they deserve. Missile is a great trader. He probably just made $1,000 on that trade because he's got bigger balls than I do. But you can go check out. All you got to do is click on it. But here's a link to his YouTube channel. But all you got to do is just click on his name. If you click on his name, let's see if I can show this to you guys, just so that everybody knows. So anytime you see somebody's name, you can always click on it and then go to their channel.
On the 2.
Quickest way. And boom, bada bing, there you are. He's got 32 subscribers. He's got 4 videos. Go over there, give him a like, give him a subscribe. He's a great guy. He really is. Top notch trader for sure. I respect him. And of course, if you are available during the day, I don't stream during the day out of respect for a couple of friends of mine. But if you want to go see the master of AlgoBox, go see Vinny at 9:15 tomorrow. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Missile, but he's got full auto Friday, right? And you'll get all the bells and whistles displayed for you. Go check him out.
Fib.GC on the 2.
Full auto Friday, FAF. All right, 10 minutes to the hour. Let's see how many likes we have here, guys. We have people will start coming out of the woodwork here in a little bit. We only have 26 folks in the bar. We got 33 likes. I was hoping we could get it to 40 by 9 o'clock. Help me out, guys. Folks, we need 7 more likes by 9 p.m. Let's be sure we give the outlaw, Jesse James, a proper welcome.
Fib.gc on the 24th.
Did I mention he's a great guy?
Fib.gc
He
on
really
the 2.
is. Great guy. All right. All right. Is it coming back? I want to see 402. Back to the top of the channel. Do we get an event? Look at that Enigma. Missile, how much of that Enigma did you catch? Dude. Those things are so freaking powerful. Let's say you got in late. Let's say you were a late Nate and you got in. You came back up. Let's say you just took it to this point. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? If you took it to this point right here. 120 ticks. That was crazy. That was crazy.
On the 1.
Can y'all look at my tide chart? Look at my tide chart. We're almost down to my T1. I just did not take the entry. Did not take it. Did not take it. Almost down to that T1. Remember, guys, I'm sitting here calling 21,240. May not be tonight, may not be in the morning, but I'm willing to bet we're going to go down and hit it. Missile, it's so hard to trade and stream at the same time and try to teach and talk and read the chat. It's just, you know, it's tough enough just watching all the charts, but to watch the dynamics of it's just extreme pressure. There you go. Boy, that's a good one. I like that. Yes, it is.
Harmonic GC on the 2.
Hopefully we're doing okay. Hopefully we're carrying the ball tonight. $120 ticks. That's nuts. That is nuts. See, it's nights like tonight. I don't even think I want to go to bed. I just want to play straight on through. But I know I know I got to get some sleep. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. See, it's comments like that from you and Big V and Missile. That's payment enough, man. That, you know, Mr. Hoyt, T Coop, everybody. Those kind of comments, man, they absolutely make my night, and they give me the energy to chase my passion. Thank you. It means a lot to me. It really does.
Fib.NQ on the 2.
We all do, Brian. We all do. Looking back up at gold, we came right back into the middle of that Titanic zone. Why am I bullish on gold? Okay, so I'm going to pull up my, let's take a look at this. Let's go to the volume profile charts. All right, so let's go to gold. I'm bullish on gold, but I'm also, look, right there. We're looking for a move up or down. I am convinced it's going back up. You can actually see, let's pull this down, make it a little bit bigger. Whoop, make it bigger, drop it down in the middle. We're gonna zoom in on the gold chart. Okay, you guys see it? So you can see I actually had a, Brian Hendricks. You can see I actually built plans for both situations. So right now, the yellow line, the dashed line is the actual price.
on the 2.
So I'm looking for it to make its move. So what you don't see or have trouble seeing is this yellow line up here and this yellow line down there is the completed 2-hour open range break. It stuck its head out. It teased us with a teaser. And you can see, I said, hey, let's watch it. If it goes up and comes back down and then it goes back up, gives us a look below and fail, another look below and fail. We're going to pop it right here, and we're going to take it long. And the idea is, what you don't see on the charts is the volume profile. You can see that we have the session high from the day before. We have this naked value area here. We have this previous session high, and even beyond that, you have bigger session highs stacked all the way up in there. And the one thing about gold is, when it does finally make its move outside of that box, it's gone. So if we did the look above and fail, then we're going long. Vice versa, if it does the same thing and it pops down, we get down, we demonstrate that we're going up and down, up and down. What did Peach call it? She called it the head and shoulders. If we draw the reverse of this, then we're going to enter it here and take it short. Notice we got to that point, but I still didn't take it. I'm not going to say that I was just being cautious. I'm going to say I wasn't really paying attention.
NQ on the 9.
So I have plans here. Now, the other thing is, let's say we get up and into, Brian, let's say we get up and into this gap up here. And we get in, we look above and fail. We look above and fail. We look above, and we never hit target 2. And then on the third try, it comes back down. I'm going to pop it short at this point, and I've already got my path set up. Target 1, target 2, target 3. Are these things going to happen? I don't know. Don't know. Planning is essential. The plan may be worthless.
Double delta ES on the 1.
But it's essential. We got to be able to see. So right now, I should be looking. I should just go ahead and stage. I could go ahead and stage a sell order right there, so that when it comes back through, I'm 3D. And here I'm looking at how many ticks. Boom, for my loss. That's 100 ticks. So it's a $300 trade. It's a little bit more than what I want to take. So I need to actually draw that box a little bit smaller. All right, so that would be my stop at. I want to see it come back down below, take my entry and run. If it stops, I'm going to take 50 tick stop. That's $150 across 3 accounts or 3 contracts. And so the reward would be
touch GC on
even
the
just a T1, right? Just a T1 that's 300 ticks. So that's going to be $900. And T1 is just the P point. Going up, if we go long, if it feeds that one and we get back up to the bottom, that's 190 ticks. That's $190 on a micro.
24.
Times 3, that's damn near, that's $570.
Harmonic GC on the 2.
Hope that helps, guys. Brian, did I answer your question? Okay, I hope so. All right, I'm going to get back to the scalping, because everybody loves a good scalp. Everybody loves a good train. Look at that. We pop right back out. Look at that. We pop right back out. Got another AO. Got another red AO. Does it come back into this zone? Does it give it to us again? Does it come on back down again? Or does it give us a look below, fail? Look below and fail. Look below and fail. Which way does it go? All right, I'm going back to the big charts so that we can keep an eye on the NQ. Anytime, Bean. Anytime. All right, folks. 1 minute to 9. We still have 33 likes. I tried, Jesse. Jesse, oh, I tried. It's 9 o'clock out there on the East Coast. All right, guys. I'm sure Jesse is on his way home. Hopefully, he'll be able to make it in here. I'm pumped, even though I'm not taking trades. I took 1 trade. I'm very happy with where I'm at for the night. And we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I will say The NQ is way oversold. The masher levels are at my levels, my satisfaction levels, to be popping it back long. But we are trending so deep, and we're not taking rapid moves down. We're just grinding. So as Vinny says, when in a grind, don't rewind. If it's fast, it's not going to last. Now look, we just got a cross down here at in the bottom of the valley. Crosses in the valley tend to say, look, there's another one. We'll count the AO as absolutely counted as a cross. So one more, and we've got 3 wise men all in the valley. When in the valley, it's gonna rally. So let's see what happens here. Again, looking at the tide, I am totally expecting this. I was thinking, look, I would have taken my T1. I would have taken my T1. God, I wish I had been paying attention there. T1 there. Boom, bada bing, 225 ticks at 50 cents a tick, right? So what is that? 112.50 times 3. That would have been $350 with a very, very minimal investment, very, very minimal risk. And I just didn't take the trade. Did not take the trade, but love to see a plan come together. We are officially 3 hours in. I think we're going to start to see more people come in the door now that it's 9 o'clock. That's 6 o'clock on the West Coast. People are wrapping up dinner. People are just getting home. Hope everybody's had fun. Hope everybody's had a good time. I've had a blast.
Harmonic NQ on the 2. Double Delta GC on the 2.
All right, we got a very small shark down at the bottom of that channel. We are so oversold. Delta is starting to dwindle. So this is, we got an AO on that shark. I should have been ready. I should have been ready. I should have been ready, but I'm not. I'm not. See this right here? This is telling us that the delta is declining. We had a nice delta dump back here, but it's getting softer and softer and softer and softer. And does that mean that we're getting ready to have a reversal? So we had the red dot, the headshot in that PRZ, in that HMD, we have in that AO. So it wasn't where I like it to be able to take it back long. Not exactly. It did pierce the red dot. Does it come up and bounce off of this previous AO? Does it go right through that AO? The fact that we have an 8.3 followed by a 5.5 tells me that this AO did not, it did its look above and fail. The 5.5 is weaker.
Harmonic NQ on
Does
the 2.
it look above and fail as well? But even then, if you'd have got in at the cross, taking it to this, that would have been 18 ticks. That'd have been $90 times 2 contracts. That's $180 times 4 accounts. That's another $720. The power of Apex, the power of prop firms, the power of leveraging your money
NQ on the 2.
is awesome. Yeah, they got a crazy set of rules. Look at that. Look at it go. Look at it go. All the way to the top of the channels. Does it start to reverse? Got a green arrow. We got a green arrow, so we got a potential masher. Missile, missile, earth the missile. Ground control to major missile.
Harmonic
All
GC
right.
on the
Do
2.
you take this masher? Do you take this masher? Look at that. You got a shark over on the 9s. Green ready up. That's a super shark. We did get the red dot. Do we pierce that? But down below, notice that we are way oversold and starting to rise. We got the green arrow on the MACD. We got blue up bars, light blue up bars on the MACD. Is this where it turns around? Does it? And this is what we were talking about. It came down, hit target 1. Did we get a look at below and fail? Look below and fail. Look below and fail. Is it time to start taking it back up? Or is it just going to consolidate for a little bit and then continue its trend all the way back down? Not enough confluence for you. Me neither. Me neither. It would have worked for a quickie. It would have been a good quickie. You could have got a 15 and a 25. But it wasn't. It just wasn't worth the risk. Was not worth the risk. Not for me.
Double delta NQ on the 2.
I am so convinced that the NQ is going down further. You know, I remember stories of, Vinny told us about him and Curtis G. You know, the AlgoBox was just going nuts that day. And they just closed their eyes and they traded based off of AlgoBox. And they both looked up and they had made good money. Good money. There you go. All right. Was that on the NQ, Andrew, or was that on gold? So that's either a $120 move or that was a $60 move.
Divergence of GC on the 8.
There you go. There you go. I tell you, the tools that we have, the knowledge that we've been given. All right. All right. Super AO on the NQ. Oh, man. Okay, I'm going to take it. This is probably going to come back against me. Watch. Watch, just because I'm having such a great night. I should not have taken this trade. Come on. Come on. Come on. Finger over the flat and all button.
Order filled.
All right. So it filled it.
Lower bands touch GC on the 24. Lower bands touch GC on the 24.
Come on. Take it south.
Fib.GC on the 8.
I just had to pop that Super AO at the top of the channels. 7.9. All right. All right, come on. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Finger over the break even, finger over the close. Took it against the MACD. Took it against the MACD. Come on.
On the 8.
It almost took my target earlier.
Lower bands touch GC on the 20.
Don't like the way it's just hanging there. Come on. Let's go. Give it to me, please. Let's go. I'll be glad to take my 10 and 15. All right, we're sticking a. I saw green. I see green. I see more green. Come on. You can do it. Push it down. Push it down. Take my 10. All right, I am not liking this. I'm going to take off half. I'm going to move the break even. And we're going to try to minimize losses. case this thing comes back at me. And there we go. Come on. Take it. Take it. I should have taken it.
Double delta GC.
Let's
on
go.
the 2.
Come on down. Nope. It'll stop us out. Nope. All right.
Divergence up GC on the 8.
I'm okay with it stopping us out. I'm going to take it into profit just a little bit. There we go. All right. So it backed up against us. We didn't.
Lower bands touch
I
GC
chickened
on
out.
the 24.
As I normally do. All right. So I'm going to hit the flatten all button.
Order
filled.
Because it did not close me out. So I'm okay with that. All right. We actually did better. We got a better close. Slippage did not, it worked for me on that one. Imagine that. Wow. Okay. See, I think actually it went down and took that first target at 10 ticks. I think it took 10 ticks because I heard order filled. I heard order filled in the background. I heard the European dude say order filled. So it did not fully represent it, but yeah, we are up. We are up. We're up $238 across four counts. So we're good. I'll take it. The European dude.
2-finger NQ on the
Look,
24.
I should have hung in there. I should have hung in there. It's going to continue down. We had the thesis. We had the plan. We got the plan, man. We got the plan.
Fib.NQ on the 2.
All right. That would be the opposing signal right there. That's where you get out. That's where you're supposed to get out. Is right there. Those that don't know, you hold it to the opposing signal,
2-finger GC
which is
on the
something that I
24.
did not do. I chickened out. I chickened out. You know why? You know why chickens never have money? Because the farmers always pluck them. So I just got plucked. I got plucked. Pluck me. Ah.
What's up, Bob? What's up, everybody?
Hey, what's happening, Jesse? Good to see you. Good to see you. Glad you're here, man. Glad you're here.
I was eating my dinner and got caught up in that friggin' nasty drop out there and lost $300 on the night. Ugh.
Oh, man.
Not good.
Oh,
so
man.
now, now I'm playing from behind.
Uh-oh. That's never good.
Oh boy. Well, I
Never
come in like a wrecking ball, just the wrong kind.
Well, we've managed to put together a couple trading plans for gold and for NQ. And it's working out. It's working out.
All right.
So, didn't get you as many likes as I had hoped for, but we got you 33. 36. We're up to 36 likes, but we do have more subscribers. Let's get an update on that. And the update from the field is we are up to 1,064 subscribers.
All right.
You got 30
you,
people
guys.
in the bar. And
We appreciate that. Yeah.
Jesse, if you don't mind, I'm going to hang out with you just a little bit longer. I'm super pumped, having a great night, even though the P&L doesn't quite say it. I did actually, I got slipped to my benefit, believe it or not.
Don't you love it when that happens?
Oh yeah. So my P&L shows me up 195. Over on ETF, I'm up $238 across 4 accounts.
All right.
Just shy of $1,000 for the night.
There you go. So when I finally killed my long, I killed most of
on the
it,
2.
but I still have 2 micros on the NQ and 4 on the ES from the very bottom down there. So I'm in the green on both these trades, trying to chip away at that $300 loss. So hopefully we get a little bit of a lift off here. Jesus, I know it kind of goes against what you're thinking, but
oh look, it can turn on me. It got down to T1 on my plan, which was 238 ticks.
Woo!
So it completed T1. Does it continue to go down? I don't know. I hope so. I mean, not for your sake. Let me rephrase that. Anyway, look, the crowd has been great. It's been manageable, small. We've been able to do a lot of learning, teaching. Man, I don't know if you saw that Titanic Zone trade or play that I built.
No, but I heard it when I was driving earlier.
Oh my gosh, it worked, and we could have nailed it. I nailed it on the way down, and I was just telling everybody, and I even drew the AO on the screen. Drew it on the screen. If we get an AO here, and about 20 seconds later, we got that AO. And it was wham, right back up into the zone. So
I could use me one of those AOs right about here.
Well,
can you draw one real quick? That seems to bring them on.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Because it did it on both sides of that trade. I was rather excited. It was, it couldn't have worked out any better. Hey, by the way, if you haven't already, Jesse, take your medicine.
I did.
All right. I am going to go downstairs and mix a little bit of a alcoholic concoction so I can take with my medications, because that's what I'm supposed to do, right?
I'm pretty sure if you read the fine print, it says not to.
Damn. All right. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. I'll use the water I have right now, and I'll take my meds, and then I'll go take the alcoholic beverage.
Oh, boy.
Oh, that doesn't work either?
As long as you get some water in there, I think you'll be all right.
See, they tell me at work I got to drink more water, so I'm like, you really don't want me to? And they were like, why? I said, the amount of scotch I need to offset the water would just keep me drunk all day. So, all right, I'm going to go take my meds, get a drink.
On the 24th.
I'm going to come back and hang out with you for probably another 30 minutes. And then I got to get some sleep, because I tell you what, we had a good time during the London Open. Didn't have as many people there. Love to have seen more, but that's okay. I really had a good time with the people that were there.
Enigma short
Sweet.
on the NQ.
And I always, oh man, you got an Enigma short on the NQ.
Jesus. On the twos?
Yeah, on the twos.
Oh, just what I need.
I know. Not what you wanted to hear. All right, I'm going to quit giving you bad news. I'm going to go away, shut up, and let you, everybody give it up for the outlaw, Jesse James. Take care of him. Be gentle. He's a great guy. If I don't tell you often, if I don't tell you, I need to. Jesse, thanks for all your help. You're a great guy. I appreciate you on the channel. You do such a great job. You're phenomenal.
No problem. Thank you, sir. I mean, I only do it for the money, so.
Hey, we got a $5 tip last night from Mr. Hoyt.
I saw that. Yeah.
That was like, I couldn't believe it. That was the first tip we ever got. That was it. That was great.
Pretty cool. Pretty
Yeah.
cool. Thank you, Mr. Hoyt, if you're out there listening.
Hey, look, man, you got waves and applause and all that. So right now, I'm going to turn it over to the outlaw Jesse James. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes, and I'll see if I can make it to 9:45, 10 o'clock before I head off to bed. But right now, again, give it up for the outlaw Jesse James.
All right, folks. What's up, Missile? Brian, Jeff, Cassius Clay in the house. Who else we got? Andrew, Bean Wizard. Okay, the usuals. Okay, so you guys heard my story. I'm coming in here red on the evening. Currently green on these two trades, but not holding out a lot of hope. I'm just looking at the bigger picture, and we have dropped down to what I would consider The area where I'd be looking for, well, almost to the area where I'd be looking for another lower or higher low.
Lower bands touch GC on the
In the
24.
big picture here on the ES and NQ, so it's a little bit of an educated trade, I guess. Okay, so there's a DCDM right after an Enigma. I would guess that's going to continue down to those yellow lines there. Dang, look at Missile coming in with the $5. Thank you, sir. Jeff is up 800. All right.
Fib.GC
Good job.
on the 8. Harmonic GC on the 2.
For good luck, yeah, I'm gonna need it. So I'm up $27 right now in this trade. So I need to start chipping away at that 300. It kind of stinks to start down 300 on the night. But if you guys remember earlier in the week, I did that like twice in a row. Like an idiot. So I do know that I can come back from that. It's just kind of tough with an intraday trailing drawdown.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
Because I can't really go for bigger swings and let them come against me and all that kind of good stuff. So got to be careful. Okay, up $31. Let's go.
Harmonic GC on the 2.
I'm wondering if we can get back up to yesterday's high, which is just above the low here before we had this last dropout. So I'm looking at 382. You guys think we can get to 382? Not sure. I mean, that's up there. I mean, VWAP's up there too, right? I think. No. It's covered by my tags here. Let me move that out of the way. What are all these damn gray lines everywhere? Hold on a second. One of my indicators has a bunch of price markers on it. Let me turn those off. That's weird. On that chart, they're gray, but on everywhere else, they're colored. Huh. All right. Now it's dropping. Come on, get your butt up there. Let's go. Okay, so VWAP is roughly 399-ish, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. See if we can at least even move up at all. Yeah, that's a cluster right there, Brian.
Fib.NQ on the 2.
And to be honest, I don't really know. I think you got to take it in context. So the fact that it was at the bottom of this range, I don't know. I mean, well, that one clearly was a DCR, right? Double cross reversal. Cluster reversal. I don't know what it's called, but while it was happening, you might recall I said, wow, is that going to continue that Enigma move down to those yellow lines, the targets? It did not. It reversed up out of there. But let's see.
Harmonic GC on the 2.
Let's see.
Fib.GC on the 2. bands
All
touch
right, I'm back.
NQ
Sorry
on the
about that.
24.
Oh, geez. There you go. Does that answer that? Ay, ay, ay. I just added one to my ES. I'm just going to look to get out of break even now at this point. My lord. I give up. I give up on the longs.
Lower bands
Oh,
touch
just when she
NQ on
starts
the
to...
24.
Oh, boy, there's some buying pressure. Oh, boy.
Divergence GC on the 2.
Come on. Come on.
Fib.GC on the 2.
Missile
Fib.NQ
says,
on the
be
2.
right back. Ooh, I see somebody new in the house. Larenko Reina, what's up?
Lower bands touch NQ
Make
on
sure
the
you're
24.
subscribed. Hit that like button. We're here every night that the stock market is open, so come on and hang out with us. All right, so green on the trade again. Ay, ay, ay. This is going to be painful trying to get 300 bucks back with micros, my lord. But that's what I get for losing it. Oh boy. So how'd everybody do out there in the markets today? I had a kick-ass day until now. I want to say I started tonight off up 23, yeah, 20, almost 2,300 bucks on all 10 accounts. So 700 away from passing, and now 1,100 away from passing. Or 1,000 away, I'm sorry. I'm not good at math. What's up, Doc? Brian did about 500, all right. That's good. I can't remember what I did. I think it was like 600. Let me check. I took a picture of it and sent it to the boys.
Double delta ES on the 1.
Oh, what a push there on NQ. Okay, yeah, I did about I did 629 on 5 accounts and 716 on the other 5 accounts. So, had a good day until friggin' I thought we were at a low there and started buying micros long and then let it get way too far against me. But at least I took the loss like a man and lived to fight on, I guess. So up 45 bucks there, up 20. Okay, so let me sell some of these. Sell those. Sell one of those. Okay, I'm down to 1 micro on the ES and 1 micro on NQ.
Fib.GC on the 2.
And now only down 255 bucks on the night. So chipping away at it, chipping away at it. Okay, not much, just hanging out, listening to you guys trade. All right, Doc, that works.
Fib.GC
Brian,
on the 2.
485, all right. Mr. Hoyt, 2,800 on take profit eval. So I'll need to make 6K to be under the 50% consistency rule. Yeah, that is true. That is true. That's a bummer. And take profit eval is that an intraday trailing drawdown? I believe it is. I was gonna say you could lose some of it, but don't do that. Don't do that. In fact, in my experience, if you purposely try to lose money, it actually works out against you and you make money, so.
Then we ought to purposely try to lose money all the time.
Well, I know, right? Well, it doesn't work when you're trying to do that.
Oh, okay.
Oh shoot, Andrew blew up 5 accounts. Oh no, including a Tradify funded. Yeah, I'm the opposite of you, Andrew. Well, first of all, sorry to hear it, buddy. You'll get them back. We always do. Just takes a lot of work. But I'm the opposite. I do crappy when the market's dumping out. Ugh. I get my ass handed to me every time.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 24.
All right, well, that ES trade's working out. Or micro ES, MES. Yeah, I mean, you could try to lose like 800 of it or something. Well, no, you need to get, so the 50% consistency rule, you'd have to get down to 1495 or something like that.
Harmonic GC on the 2.
But I don't know. If you tried to do that, it might not work out so well.
All right, so what's next, guys? What is going on here? I want to transfer a little bit of information here.
So, hey, Andrew, I'll call you later, buddy. Maybe we should get some Google remote desktop sessions going, and we'll do a little switcheroo. On down days, have at it, my friend. On up days, we'll switch.
Fib.gc on the 8th.
Yeah, it is a lot to lose. Yeah, I don't recommend you do that, Mr. Hoyt there. Just do the right thing and make 6K. Okay. So I think while you were gone, Bob, I killed a whole bunch of my my trade there, and
Oh, okay.
chipping away at the. So I was down like, I don't know, 317 on the night when I came on the stream,
Okay.
and it's now 265.
Well, there you go.
So
All right.
chipping away at it little by little with micros.
That's good, man.
Yeah, but I was reminding the chat here that if you remember earlier this week, I'm pretty sure there was 2 other nights where I had the exact same story. I got on the stream, boom, I'm down $300, guys. I need to get it back. What is it with me and $300? Especially when I only had 700 more to go to pass these bad
Two-finger
boys.
GC on the 24.
But I was giving myself a pat on the back because I took the loss took the loss on the chin.
You took the loss like a boss, huh?
There you go. Yeah. The old me might have said, you know what? F it. I'm leaving all these contracts on, and if it blows me up, it is what it is.
There you go. Yeah. I mean, how many times have we just rolled over and said, I give up?
Yeah.
No, you did the right thing. You did the right thing, brother.
Harmonic GC on the
Yeah,
10.
I know.
Always
Delta
another
GC
trade.
on the touch NQ on
Always
the
another
24.
trade.
That's right. I think we picked up another subscriber there, Bob. There was somebody in the chat who said hi earlier.
All right. We are up to 1,065 subscribers.
Woohoo! We're killing it.
I know, man. I know. Isn't it great?
Yeah.
Look at this go. All right.
Raggy, the arrow with the red circle on NQ, yellow, or arrow with a red circle.
What's the arrow with the red circle? How about the cross with the red circle?
Yeah, you talking about that cross right there, the white cross with the red circle in the middle of it?
This one, right? This one?
Upper bands
Yeah,
touch
so that's a
NQ on the
cross.
24.
And in that position, that's telling me that people are that retail is selling, right? So institutions look at that and they say, okay, you're going to go short, Mr. Retail. We're going to go long. So that is a telltale sign to take it in the opposite direction. So it went up, it kind of hovered around that 50 EMA, and you got the cross with the red circle, and that was pretty much a continuation up until you got the 5.6 red AO at the top. So that is an opposing signal, but is it? Is it more of a continuation? Do we do the look below? Do we do the look below and jump up? Is it a continuation AO? That number 5.6 there is indicating to me that this is a rather weak one. And in context with where we are down here, you notice we had an 11.2, the 5.6, not enough to reverse it. So we shall see if this thing continues to rise. Are you out of your NQ trade at all altogether?
No, I got one micro on. I'm up $30, and I got one micro on the ES, and it's up $20.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I'm hoping that that's a continuation. So we'll see. There we go. I'm seeing buyers, hearing buyers. It's a continuation, I think.
All right, Raji Baba. Did that explain it for you? Did I do it? Did I cover that okay?
Casey, silly suggestion here, but may I recommend pulling the power plug on it again? Count to 10, plug it back in. Maybe a second reboot will get it going again. Or maybe you already tried that.
Not their modem.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 24.
So
yeah, look at that push. Let's go.
There you go.
Oh, I almost said it. Almost said it, Bobby. Sorry.
Hey, look. I mean, if you look over at the tide, can y'all see the tide? I can't see my OBS. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you can see the tide. So if you look at my tide, you had the red dot up near the Bollinger Band. And then we got the ignition bar on the way down. So we came all the way down. So let's do a retracement here. Remember, we don't always go in straight moves. So you're looking at a return trip to 21.4. Based on this, if it gives you, it could be as low as 21,393, Jesse. But you got a good 100 ticks in between you and where it could possibly retrace before it starts its downward momentum again. And remember that this here is the bottom of the box. This is the bottom of the open range. It went up, it gave the look above and failed. It came down. Does it give us a touch of the bottom of that box? Does it come back into the box to this AO, this 4.1 AO, reject off of that and come back south? So all things that you may want to be considering, Jesse, but I think you got a little bit more upward momentum here. And look over on the Ripple, you got another 5.6 AO. In my understanding of this, I think you might get a touch of the 50 and bounce up again. Remembering that over on the 9s, even though we're a bit overbought, we're still in that masher level on the way up, and you have a green arrow.
Thank you, sir. But while you were talking earlier, I closed out of both those trades.
Okay.
I appreciate
I am
it,
not
though.
needed here. Okay.
No, if we get a pullback here, I might go long again and try to work this all the way back up there if it's looking like it's going to go. But we're stalling out at the moment.
Just remember, my thesis is south. I mean,
Yeah.
for what it's worth. What it's worth. Raji, I hope that helped. Casey, so when I had that same problem and I called Jesse, he took the phone and he says, Bob, just let it sit there for a few minutes. Even though it's not connecting right this minute, give it a minute or two, maybe 5 minutes. and see if it connects. So, but he'll tell you, and like he told me, kill the power to the modem, kill the power to the router, and do a complete hard reset. And that, so I told you earlier, I'm analytical, man. I know numbers, I know math, I know engineering, I know the law, I know investments. What I don't know is the IT shit. And Jesse is very well versed at that stuff.
Yep, and you want to be careful saying hard reset, because you definitely don't want to stick a pen in the little reset button and hold that baby in. That'll really screw you.
And see, there you go. There you go. There you go.
Oh boy.
Upper bands touch NQ on
Well,
the 24.
Casey says the lights on the back aren't
Harmonic
even lighting
NQ
up,
on
and
the
that's a sounds like a hardware issue there, Case.
Uh-oh. Now I'm out of my realm. I am going to stay in my lane and leave it to you.
Double delta GC on the 2.
Look at that 6.1. Look at that 6.1 step in there like a boss coming up on king timing.
Yeah, I wonder if the move's over, if it's going to keep going. Or
Oh, these are all great questions. I still think you come back up to at least the bottom of the open range, so around 21,380
on the 2.
But I am still convinced that we are coming back south. Just I can't help but think that. But there's nothing saying that you can't go for a quick scalp in either direction.
Yeah.
But understanding your bias, and look, your bias is built off of the channels. So
yeah,
you've got opposing channels, if I'm not badly mistaken. You've got opposing channels right now.
I do. Yep. Oh boy. Took a long, and it's immediately going against me. I thought it was going to push one more time there. Darn it. Come on, get up there.
By the way, I absolutely see a path to 325.
325?
Yep.
Whoa, that's way down there.
Yep. And that's why I'm thinking this is some kind of look above and fail. So just FYI, I mean, I established my bias way earlier this evening. Way earlier this evening. So, you know, that's the bad thing. That's a bad thing. Because when you get a bias and it goes against you, when do you know you're wrong? When do you say, hey, you know, I was wrong? And you can't stick to that bias just because you think you're right. Because what you're not going to do is prove to the market you're right. They're going to tell you who's right and who's wrong. And if they tell you you're wrong, accept it and go the other way.
Yeah. Come on, push up there. Give me one little move. One little move. That's all the outlaw needs.
All right, Jesse, I think I'm done. I'm fading fast over here.
All right.
You good? You got it from here?
Yep. All good. Got it.
All right, folks. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for coming out. Jesse is going to carry the load from here on out, and I will be back in time for London tonight. And look forward to seeing anybody and everybody show up. And thanks for coming out. Hope it was as enjoyable for you as it was for me. And so I will bid everybody adieu and turn it over to the outlaw, Jesse James. Thanks, guys. Have a great night.
See ya, Bob. Okay, Mr. Hoyt says we should have liftoff now. Whoa, I sure hope so. What's up, Chris? Brian says, got to break the pivot point. Yeah, it's right there. I mean, it's trying. Ay. Come on, push up there. Let's go. Let's go. And this is a missile I've got on here too, on the NQ, not a micro. Okay, there we go. Come on. Lift off. Thank you, Mr. Hoyt. Oh, come on. Give us a little more than that. A little more than that. Come on. Come on.
Double delta GC on the 2.
Come
Fib.NQ on the 2.
Okay, I'll take my 75 bucks. Took my 75 bucks. All right, now... Oh, it didn't give me 75 bucks, darn it. All right, well, the new P&L is negative 197 on 5 accounts and 164 on the other 5. So chipping away at it. That was a little too nerve-wracking. I'm switching back to guns. Can't handle the missiles. Ask and you shall receive. What's up, Saab? Good to see you.
Double delta GC on the 2.
Now you got the swing high. Yeah. So I'm looking at the 6s, and that was a lower high right there, unfortunately. So if we can break that previous one. So what I'm looking for is, so we're at the top of the channels. The channels are pointing down. I'm on the 6s. If we can break that previous swing high and then pull back to it, and I see a reaction off of that area, that'll start turning these channels up a little bit. And channels on my bigger bars are all still pointed up, so I want to see a push up and then a pull back that gets rejected above that previous swing high, and then I think I'm going to start building into a long again. Jeff was trading ES 4 contracts. Woo! That's pretty rich trading there, Jeff. Oh, I'm glad I got out of that. Glad I got out of NQ's way. It dropped right out. I got out right at the peak of that. Yeah, and I was looking at, so I'm flat right now. I was looking at Financial Juice earlier, trying to figure out what in the hell caused the little sell-off, other than that Enigma.
Lower bands touch GC.
An Enigma called it, but I'm trying to find the cause, right? Nothing really. I don't see no catalyst for that. Does anybody know if anything happened? Kind of weird. Kind of weird behavior.
Double delta GC on the 24. Double delta GC on the 2.
No, Raggy, I'm talking a small time frame. Just tonight. We were grinding up, and then boom, dumped on out. That's the type of move that's usually driven by something. Yeah, maybe just a pullback. Let's see. Just caught me off guard, I guess. I don't know why. I wasn't paying attention. I'm going to go on long on the MES one more time here. See if we can't get 10 or 20 bucks out of it. Japanese GDP quarter over quarter. Okay, so they missed. Gotcha.
Lower bands touch GC on the 24. Lower bands touch GC on the 24.
Oh boy. She's dropping out. We need a few red days. No red days allowed. No red days allowed.
Lower bands touch GC on the 24. Harmonic ES on the 1. Harmonic NQ on the 2.
Okay, what are we missing here? Bob. Yeah, Bob was thinking we're going down there. Boy, I hope not. I hate red days. Austin is long on gold. I ain't touching gold with your P&L. I ain't touching gold with your hotkeys. Oh man, that thing smacked me around a couple times. When was that? Last week or the week before?
Fib.gc on the 24. Fib.gc on the 2.
Only long. Me, no. But I am long biased. I prefer to wait for my setups that are long. What do you mean with my P&L? Oh, I was joking. Like, you know, you ever heard that saying? I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. Okay, long to 373 says Saab. Oh, that's like right here. You should be able to get that, I would hope. We're almost there. But I thought I saw it for a split second. Maybe not. Maybe it was 372.50. Yeah, we got 372.50, I think. It's trying. It's trying. So I'm on the sixes, and so we're 26% buy pressure on this bar. 24%. Waiting for this bar to close here. 26%. 28. 18. 16. Come on, give a push. Doc, there's a indicator in NinjaTrader called buy sell pressure. So you can add that to your chart. It doesn't retroactively tell you what the previous bars were, but it starts building it out as it moves forward. Because it relies on it calculates in real time. Okay, that was a minus 74% there.
Double delta NQ on the 2.
Doc, I've got it on the sixes. Do you have AlgoBox? I mean, it'll work on any bar. Oh, did it stop you out and then go, Saab? That's a bummer.
Fib.gc on the 2C on the 2.
Took you out and then went up. Well, it still didn't get there. Did it get there? It tried again. It's trying. Okay, so Casey's a moron. What'd you do? What'd you do, Casey?
Fib.gc on the 2.
Let me guess. You had your Ethernet cable unplugged from the back of your PC or something crazy, right? Sometimes I wonder about you too, buddy. I just try not to say anything. So, Doc, what I was saying is it'll work on any bar, any chart. I have mine on the 6s, the AlgoBar 6s, which is similar to like a 12 range bar, a 12 Renko bar. Not really similar to time-based bars or tick-based or anything like that. But anyhow, it's just fun to watch. You know, you can watch the developing pressure bar by bar. It's more helpful at night, right, when it's slow, when the market is slow. So I can kind of keep an eye on what's happening inside the bar. There's no way to watch that during the regular New York session. It's just moving way too fast. I mean, you can watch it, but making decisions on it, nah. Oh, that's funny, Casey. That's super funny. Okay.
Two-finger
What I
NQ
missed?
on the 24.
He uses Apex,
VIP.GC
so
on the
he's
2.
gonna get AlgoBox. And all right, the biggest thing there, buddy, is that you're back rocking and rolling, and you can trade. Okay, there's a lot of buying pressure here.
Harmonic NQ on the 2.
70% on this bar.
Double Delta NQ on the 2.
New bar opened. Let's see. Where's my micro ES trade? Okay, it's up $5. So that's just 5 ticks. Not really impressive. Yeah, Casey, I used to have that. So I have my tower used to be on Wi-Fi because I didn't have a network jack anywhere near it. But I had my cable guys come out and run a cable into the house and put in a Cat 6 for me. So now my PC has a 2.5 gig connection on it, and so does my router. And so with I have a 2 gig fiber, and so my PC, when I do a speed test, it's the full 2 gigs. Up and down. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Okay, negative 14% on this bar. They're trying to push us back down. Come on, buyers. Let's overpower the sellers and push up.
Harmonic GC on the 2.
Cat 8. I don't even know what the heck that is.
Double Delta GC on the 24.
Up to 40 gigs. Okay. Yeah, me too, Case. The main TV we've got in the living room is hardwired because the router's right behind it. But all the other TVs we've got, like in the office, the bedrooms, they're all, well, they're hooked up to cable, cable boxes for regular TV, but they're all smart TVs, and so if anybody wants to watch Netflix or one of the ESPN apps or whatever, then they go across the Wi-Fi. So for me, Casey, I put my cables all in the wall. So I just cut a strip of the drywall out, ran all the cables up the drilled holes through the 2x4 across the cross connecting 2x4s, ran all the cables up, put in the proper jacks and everything down below behind the dresser, up above behind the TV, and ran it all in the wall, then put the strip back and paint it all over. It looks perfect. That's what I did. And so they make these like what's it called? The faceplate. So it's a recessed faceplate. It's a single, what do they call it? It's like a single cutout box, right? Like a mud ring cutout box for data. What does it have in it? It's got a RJ45 or RJ45 port, a coaxial, which I'm not using because the coaxial is down below. But anyways, it's like a multimedia one, right? It's got your Ethernet port, it's got a coaxial, it's got an HDMI and something else, one other thing, but I only used the HDMI and the Ethernet. Okay, hold on. Sob target 364. Okay, so you're short. Casey, that's easy. You just buy yourself a switch, a network switch. So get like an 8-port network switch and uplink it to one of those 2 ports that's on the back of your router there, and then plug all your other stuff into the switch.
Harmonic NQ on the 2. GC on the 2.
Make sure you get a switch though and not another router. There's your 364. Good trade,
Harmonic
Sob.
NQ on the 2.
There you go. Hey, what's up, Coop? I didn't see you sneak in there. Well, my micro ES was in the green. Now it's back to 0. I don't know if I'm going to get the... I thought we'd put in the low and we're going to start grinding our way back up, but this is taking forever. Well, I guess we'll see.
Harmonic GC on the 2.
Did you guys see that rejection out of that shark with that double delta? Look at that. Beautiful play. Again, good job on that, Sob.
Harmonic NQ on the 2.
Yes. Yes, Brian, you can get a network switch at Best Buy, Office Depot, anywhere, Staples. Most of those retail stores are going to sell like home class, like consumer grade switches. That's probably all you need. But if it were me, I would spend the money and get a Cisco switch, like a high-end one. But they all do the same thing.
Enigma short on the GC2.
You know, they come in 5-port, 8-port, 24-port, 48-port. So you have one uplink cable that goes to your router. That feeds the switch. You plug it into port 1. It doesn't really matter, but I always use port 1 for the uplink. And then all your devices plug into the switch. And so what it is it's like a stoplight at a 4-way intersection. It controls all the data flow, and it does it very fast. You don't need to worry about it slowing things down, but it controls all your data packets on your network to make sure there's no car crashes, if you will. Back in the day, before network switches existed, we had what was called network hubs, and you had car crashes all the time. And when one little data car crashes into another data car, signals get sent back to the whatever device sent those cars out and says, hey, resend your data because it crashed. So now with network switches, you don't have to worry about that anymore. So they are a beautiful little thing. I mean, it's no different than what we do at the office, like where we all go to work. You got one internet connection coming into the building. That comes into a firewall router. From there, it gets uplinked. The big old network switch gets uplinked, and then everybody's computers plug into that switch. Right? So it's probably a 24 port or an 80 or a 48 port, depending on how big of a company you work at. Could be multiple 48 port switches. But at home, you can do the exact same thing, but on a smaller scale, and get a little 8-port switch, and you're off and running.
Fib.NQ on the 24. Harmonic NQ on the 2.
Yeah, just make sure it's a switch, Casey, and not some kind of router or, you know. You don't want to go plug in another router on your network. That'll cause some problems. And also, if it's super old from like the 80s, early 90s, just make sure it doesn't say network hub. You don't want a network hub on your network either. That'll cause problems also. Okay, cool. In my day job, I currently manage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I manage
Harmonic
5
AQ on the
48 port Cisco switches. Five firewalls and about 25 wireless access points. Oh, wow. I was too busy talking about network stuff there. I just glanced up at my micro ES trade and it's up $13.75. I think I'm going to put my target at VWAP. 931. 931 on the MES. Let's go.
Fib.NQ on
Okay,
the 2.
time to reload the Zen, folks. Give me just a second.
Fib.GC on the 2. Upper bands touch NQ on the 24.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, I'll take a look at it there, Case. What'd I miss? Who did a good job? Hold on. Cash, what did I miss? $16 on. I'm gonna move my target up. We are almost at VWAP on the mic on the MES. Okay, let's see.
Double delta GC on the 2.
No, that is not a switch. Casey, don't plug that thing into your network. That you can see right there. It says product name, router. Come on, you goof. I said, don't plug a router into your network. It says right on the bottom,
Upper
router.
bands touch NQ on the 24.
Oh, Casey. That's funny. I mean, it looks kind of like a switch. They look like that, but that's not a switch.
Harmonic NQ on the 2.
Okay, let me minimize my browser and get back to my Tradivate. Okay, only down 144 at the moment due to this nice little ES trade. In fact, I'm gonna take my $21. Okay, it ended up only being $20, but I'm gonna take it. So 145 on the night, down 145. So that's good. Chipping away at it. Chipping away. Hold on, folks. I gotta grab a couple bites of chicken. My wife just came near me with a plate of chicken and fries. I gotta get in on that. I'll be right back.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 24. Fib.NQ on the 2. J-hook short GC on the 24. Upper bands touch NQ on the 24. Double delta NQ on the 2. Harmonic ES on the 1. Double delta NQ on the 9. Upper bands touch NQ on the 24. Double delta NQ on the 2. Fib.NQ on the 2. Upper bands touch NQ on the 24. Fib.GC on the 2. Fib.NQ on the 2. Upper bands touch GC on the 24. Fib.CL on the 1. Upper bands touch GC on the 24.
All right, I am back, folks. Oh, let's see, what did I miss? Okay, looks like I got
Upper
out of
bands
that
touch NQ on
micro
the
ES a
24.
little too soon by about, I don't know, 3 bars on the 3s.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 24. NQ on the 2.
You found the switch. All right. Let's see. Meraki. Okay, so yes, that's a switch. However, Meraki products require you to purchase and
Upper
renew
bands
an
touch
annual
GC
license
on the
to use
24.
them. So you can try, I guess. I don't know, but I wouldn't pay that for that. I mean, I do at work, but for home, nah. Just go get yourself a $65 switch down at Best Buy or wherever your Fry's, whatever you got local. But that, you know, if that's licensed, it'll work. PoE gigabit 8-port switch. There you go. That'll do it if it's licensed. Yeah, Cal was mentioning that in the Discord there. I just saw his post. Yep. I manage about 25 different Meraki devices. And I'm just a very small division of our company.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 24.
But yeah, I mean, it might be licensed. Who knows?
NQ
Plug it
on
in
the
and
2.
see if it works. All right, what am I missing? I'm hearing a lot of activity here. A lot of bark, no bite, it looks like. Yeah, Bean Wizard says, just get a simple switch. I tend to agree. But if it's licensed, why not use it, right? Save yourself $100 or however much a switch is nowadays. Cash, I am flat right now. But if the MNQ pulls back and rejects off of this open, I'm going to start looking for a long to run the highs. This was a nice little push up here. The channels on all three of my charts are all pointed up, so that's a good sign for my long idea. Let's wait for some order flow here or some pressure or something. I know it's a big ask for the Asian session, but let's see. No problem, Casey. Man, last night was dreadful. So slow. Woo. But yeah, you're right. It's kind of, we haven't had a ton of movement tonight either. Okay, so here's a little bit of a pullback.
Divergence down NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 2.
Come on, let's get a little lift off here. Let's go. Let's go. Push. Come on, push. Come on, push it up. Let's go.
Fib.GC on the 2 on the 2.
No bueno. Get up there. Come on. All right, I'm going to front run. I'm going to start building into a micro position. It might pull back some more here, but let's see. Jeez, get up there. Let's go.
Double delta GC on the 2. Fib.GC on the 2.
Come on. Push NQ, let's go. Okay, I'm trying. Let's go.
Harmonic GC on the 2.
Coop says OPEX tomorrow. OPEX. OPEX, OPEX. I'm going to check financial juice here in a minute. Check out what all we got going the rest of tonight, plus tomorrow. Come on, let's push. Let's go. Oh, come on. Sob, yes. Yep, I was hoping for a little bit of a push up here. I'm trying to run the highs with a micro. Trying to get a little lift off here, but... Whoa, that's not the right direction. Jeez Louise.
Harmonic lower GC bands on the touch 2. GC
Gold
on the 24.
dropping and NQ. Huh.
Lower bands touch GC on the 24. Lower bands touch GC on the 24.
Subs target 395. All right. What's up, Daniel?
Double delta NQ on the 2. Double delta GC on the 2. Harmonic GC on the 2. Lower bands touch GC on the harmonic 24. GC on the 2. Double delta GC on the 2. Fib.NQ on the 9. Harmonic NQ on the 2. Lower bands touch GC on the 24.
Am I the only one who feels like this speed is ridiculous? Absolutely pathetic. One tick up, one tick down, one tick up, one tick down. Unbelievable. Okay, let's look at financial juice for tonight. Nothing else tonight. Let's see. So tomorrow. Okay, Russia, Ukraine talks all day. Iran and European nuclear talks all day. Nothing burger, nothing burger, nothing burger. U.S. housing starts. Import prices, building permits. Oh yeah, the University of Michigan sentiment. That always sends the market ripping. This is pathetic though tonight. Jeez Louise, this is... I'm thinking worse than last night. Should have played gold. Yeah, woulda, coulda.
Fib.gc on the 2.
Don't you hate it when that happens, Brian? Happens to me all the time because I'm at work all day. I always miss the fun stuff. Mr. Bean says gold should drop.
Fib.gc on the 89.
Hopefully that sends my micro NQ long. Alright, so this trade's up at $2. A whopping $2. So I got 5 accounts down 176 and the other 5 are down 138.
Divergence
start chipping
of
away at
GC on
these
the
things.
24. Fib.gc on the 8th.
Come on. Give us some kind of order flow event. Give me an Enigma long. Oh, I know, Mr. Bean, I know. That's why I said hopefully that sends my micro long. And I know it doesn't care, but normally they move in opposite directions. Usually, from what I've noticed. Unless there's some kind of something major happening. All right, it's up $11. 12, 15. I'd like to see 40 or 50. Let's go. Actually, I have 2 micros on, not 1. CME told you to tell me that. What's up, Adam? Good to see you. Last night, 11:08 p.m. Eastern, the market dumped out until 5.
Fib.NQ on the 2.
Was that last night? Yeah. Yep. I'm pretty sure I was on the stream. Wasn't I on the stream? For a little bit of that. Can't remember when we said goodnight, but
Fib.GC on the 8. Fib.NQ on the 24. Harmonic NQ on the 2. Harmonic GC on the 2. Harmonic GC on the 2.
Alright, that trades up 21 bucks. Give me 40 or 50. Let's go.
Fib.GC on the 2. Double delta GC on the 2. Double delta CL on the 1.
Dang, this is slow. Did I already mention how slow this is? What time is it? 11:10? I don't know if I'm gonna make it till midnight, guys. This is crazy. I might friggin' open a gold chart. That's probably a bad idea. Probably a bad idea. What is it again? MBT? Micro... No, that's Bitcoin. Stupid. MGC? Micro gold. Let's see what it looks like. What's up, Kumar? Good to see you. Okay, so MGC clearly keeps pushing the lows. Holy cow, it's been dumping out all day, all night. Good Lord. All right, well. Why not? Why not? Let's give it a shot. All right, I'm short on micro gold. I've got a trailing stop on it. We'll see. It's up $5 already. $7. Let's see if it dumps out a little bit further. With my luck, it's going to rip my face off. Yeah, I know it's $1 a tick. I've traded it a couple times before. I had a couple really good trades on it, then I got cocky and it smoked me. It actually blew up my accounts like a week and a half ago. Micro gold, if you can believe it. That was my fault though, adding. Come on, get down there. $19. Come on. Drop on out. Drop on out of there.
Lower bands touch
there it
GC
goes.
on the 24.
$29. Okay. My trailing stop got me at $29. I'll take it. Now I'm only down on the day 91 on my take profit accounts. 89, sorry, and 128 on the Tradify accounts. Okay. I take one of these micros off on the NQ. Chipping away at it, folks. Chipping away at it. Pivot point is 3203. Okay. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah. No. I don't counter trade. Definitely on gold. I learned that lesson. All right. If it pulls up a little bit, I'll go short on it again, but it's... So I've got it on the 3s. That's fast enough for me. It's moving. What's up, Epic? Good to see you. Okay, there's a little bit of a...
Lower bands touch GC on the 24.
All right. Short again from the middle of the channels on the 3s there on gold, micro gold. Let's see. It could push up to the top of the channels though. I'm aware of that, so finger is on the close button. I'm short too, Mr. Hoyt. 3205 you're targeting? I've got a 26 tick trailing stop on it. Am I on the trailing stop? Yeah. So it'll chase it down. When it gets to 26 ticks in my favor, it'll chase by 6 ticks. So we'll see what happens here. It's not really wanting to push. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Lower bands touch on the 24.
Tell me about it, Austin. That's how I feel over here. Jeez. It's nuts.
Fib.GC on the 2.
Painfully slow. Everything except gold. Gold's the only thing that seems to be moving. Yeah, I just looked at my market analyzer. It's the only thing moving. Everything else is single-digit ticks per minute on average. BTC's moving 14 ticks per minute. But I learned my lesson on that too. Coop went long on what? Coop gold? Yeah. It's trying to push up a little bit here. Let's see. That's not good for my short.
Fib.NQ on the 2.
Man, gold really rips around.
Fib.GC
Got the
on the
jerks.
2. Lower bands touch on the double delta GC on the 8. Fib.GC on the 2. Harmonic NQ on the 2. Fib.gc on the 2.
All right, Coop. Good night, bud. Thanks for being here. I won't see you tomorrow because we won't be streaming on Friday night, but I'll see you Sunday. But remember, Bob will be trading the London session if you're up early. Come back and hang out with Bob. Otherwise, I'll see you on Sunday, buddy. You too, Brian? All right, buddy. See ya. Thanks for being here.
Harmonic NQ on the 2.
Well, this friggin' micro gold trade's just toying with me here. Jeez Louise. My MNQ is up 19 bucks. Yeah, it's slow, man. Jeez. Yeah, I hear ya. I'm just trying to chip away at my big winning, or my big trade on the entry there. First trade of the night got smoked.
Double Delta GC on the 24.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Harmonic NQ on the 2. Harmonic NQ on the 2. Fib.GC on the 2. Harmonic GC on the 2. Fib.ES on the 24.
Get ready for the gold move. What, down or up? It's grinding up. Is it going to rip back down or what? Jeez Louise. My NQ trade is doing pretty good. Come on, let's go.
Divergence down NQ on the 24. Fib.gc on the 2. Fib.gc on the 2. Harmonic NQ on the 2.
I got out of that gold trade for break even after DCAing into it. I'm not holding on any longer. That's a pain in the ass. Let me turn on my Control E to see where I got out. If it rips down, I'm going to be pissed. Oh, there it goes. Oh my goodness. Stupid. All right, Epic. Thanks for being here. Good night. Stay green tomorrow. We'll see you Sunday night. Bob will be here for the London session, but I will be asleep. Thanks, bud. See ya.
Harmonic NQ on the 2. Harmonic NQ on the 2.
So I had to held. If I would have held that thing,
Harmonic
I don't even
NQ on the
know.
2.
Would have made some money on that for sure. Yeah, I got out way too soon. An acquired taste for sure. Go ahead. I'll try to answer it. Free tech support, folks. All right. And since I was sitting there concentrating on that gold trade for so long that ended up a big zero, my friggin' micro NQ came all the way back to my, well, it's up $5, but I should have been paying attention to that. Darn it. That's true, Casey. Yep. But you probably should go into your TV's Wi-Fi settings and disconnect it from your Wi-Fi, just to force it to only use the Ethernet. Okay, I've got myself to 113 bucks down on 5 accounts and 172 on the others. So, all right, Andrew, you too, stay safe, stay green, get a few trades in. Oh, I don't know about that, Gio. But Bob will be back for the London session for sure, so give us as many likes as you guys can. All right, so 15 minutes or so until maybe we get a little action. All right, let me move some things. Actually, you know what? I gotta pee, folks. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Double delta ES on the 1. Double delta NQ on the 2. Harmonic NQ on the 2. Fib.cl on the 1.
All right, I'm back. Okay. Man, this is slow. Let's see.
Harmonic
Okay, there we
NQ on
go.
the
It's
2.
moving a little bit. What did gold end up doing? Wow, it went way down there. I should have held that. Oh boy. That's all right. And what about my old friend NQ on the 3s? Let's see.
Fib.cl on the 1.
Something caused NQ to spike. Oh, NG. NG. I don't have that open. I just have it on my market analyzer. And it's moving on average 5 ticks per minute. Unmanaged. Unmanaged, Casey. You just want a cheap old switch, gigabit switch. Whether it's like Linksys or Netgear or Cisco. Unmanaged. If you're going to your local retail place, like a Best Buy or something like that, it's probably going to be Netgear or Linksys. Either one's fine for what you're trying to do. All right, so kind of stalling out here a little bit. I was hoping this thing would go try to push the high. Yeah, I tend to agree with Saab. I would lean that way too. But if you get down there and they've only got a net gear, it's not that big of a deal. $7 a.m., Jeff? Jeez, you better get some sleep. Those dogs better get some sleep too.
Fib.gc on the 2.
Let's see how many days I've traded these take profit accounts here. Let me refresh. I think I'm working on day 5 here. Let's see. Yeah, so it says traded days 4 of 5. So tonight/tomorrow is the 5th day. So technically, if I wanted to push this, I could try to pass these things tomorrow, but I'm not gonna fall into that trap, especially on a Friday. Just gonna take what the market will give me, slow and steady. And then the Tradify accounts, they don't have a consistency rule in the eval, so at least on these advanced accounts. So I could have passed them whenever. Let's see, the balances are 52,226, 52,130 on Tradify. So I'm like $900 away. Yeah, I'm not going to try to push that in one day. Not on a Friday.
Double delta NQ on the 9.
No problem, Casey, no problem. Okay. Let me look at that gold chart again. Looks like they're trying to buy it back up off the lows there. All right, 20 seconds till midnight. Let's see if anything happens. If not, we'll give it to 12:05. If nothing, 12:08. 12:08, folks. If we don't get no action, I'm going to call it there.
Fib.gc on the 2.
Sob, no, not for me. Nope, but Bob will be back in just a few hours. He's got another stream, a new stream scheduled to start up. Yeah, I just can't make it. Every time I try to stay up that late, I can't make it. Yeah, Bob was telling me about that. He said it was ripping, had some fun with it. Okay, NQ pushing. Jeez, 18 bucks, Casey? Crazy. Make sure that's a gigabit switch. All right, who did the London? Oh, Casey messing with Nightbot there.
Upper bands.
Well,
touch
Bob
NQ
will be
on
back.
the
He's got a
24.
London stream scheduled, so you guys will have to tune in for sure. I'm already starting to conk out. It's only 9 o'clock here. Man, oh man. I saw that earlier. I saw you mention that. Fell asleep at your desk. Oh, man. That'd be funny if your forehead or your elbow was pushing the buy button or something. Well, it wouldn't be funny, but you know what I mean. All right, I'm up 45 bucks on this micro here. I don't know if I've got the balls to keep holding it to... Where's my target's at 432. Man, it's just so slow. So slow. All right, one more minute till 12:05. Let's see if we get a little rip at 12:05. Yes, it's a gigabit switch. Okay. You want to make sure all the ports on it, all 8 ports are gigabit. Because at that price, that reminds me of some of the older switches that they had like 1 or 2 gigabit ports and then the rest were 10/100. Which means they run at 100 megabytes a second instead of 1,000. So just look at the specs. Look at the photos, like you can look at the photos, like kind of zoom in and make sure all the ports, make sure it says like 8 times gigabit or something like that, 8x GB. It'll have clues, it'll tell you. That's pretty cheap though.
Upper
18
bands touch
bucks.
NQ on the 24. Fib.NQ on the 9.
Okay, so 12:05 hits and they start selling off on the NQ. I knew I should have taken my 45 bucks. Well, is it going to push back up now? Sweet. So, yeah, fiber seems to be more reliable than coaxial, that's for sure.
Fib.gc on the 2.
I've got both here at the house. So I have a 2 gig symmetrical fiber circuit here dedicated just for my trade station. But I also have a wireless adapter on this thing just in case, so I can connect to the main internet that the rest of the family uses through Comcast as a backup just in case. Yeah, they come by offering you those sweet package deals. Come on, NQ, just push up there. All right, so 1208 came and went. Oh, man. Well, I think I'm going to hold this a little while longer until I really conk out. But I think I'm going to call it there, guys and gals, if there's any gals hanging out. It's late. I'm tired. It's slow. Can't see anything that says 10100. Nah, you'll be fine. What is it, a GS308? Here, I'll look it up. I'll look it up for you. Let me move the iPad out of the way here. So Netgear GS308. All right. Let me read the specs on this bad boy. I can't believe it. Even on their own website, it's 18 bucks. That's nuts. Yeah. 8 ports of gigabit Ethernet. That's crazy. 18 bucks? I can't believe it. You can get the 5-port version for $14. That's nuts. It's gigabit. You're fine. Just get that. That's a deal. Why not? If it craps out on you in a year or two, just buy another one. So yeah, it's gigabit. You're good to go. So plug your uplink from your modem/router, right? Plug that single Cat 6 cable into that Netgear, and then plug all your computers, TVs, everything else into that thing, and you're good to go. All right, folks, I'm gonna get ready to call it here. Let me get signed into the YouTube studio. See if I can remember how to do that. And this one says we're live now, so I should be able to click on that. Yep, there's the button to end the stream. So I'll say my good nights, and tomorrow's Friday, so I won't be back tomorrow night, of course. But again, Bob will be here in a few hours to take you guys through the London. Yeah, so I'm going to end the stream, and then Bob will spin up a new stream for the London Open. He's already got it scheduled, so you guys should get the notification on that. If not, just keep an eye on YouTube, and you'll see it come up. But anyhow, thanks for hanging out, guys. What time? I think 3:15 or 3:30 a.m. I don't know. He's got it scheduled. You'll see it on the channel. I saw it scheduled there. But in just about 3 hours or so. Anyhow, so Bob will take you guys through the London, and then I'll be trading tomorrow, but we don't stream on Friday night, so I'll see you guys on Sunday. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. Stay safe tomorrow. Stay green. We don't want to go into the weekend red, right? Put us in a bad mood. Anyhow, it's been a pleasure, guys. Take care, get some rest, and we'll talk to you soon. See y'all.